The 2026 season of the Rotax Max Challenge starts right here at Kart Centre Campillos. We're here for the Winter Cup in 2026. Hello and welcome. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. We've had a fairly short break between September and right here, right now. Of course, we wrapped up the Grand Finals in December, but the last round of the Euro Trophy was at Sarno a few months ago, and I am extremely excited to get the 2026 season underway. We've already wrapped up our heat, so today we've got the pre-final and the finals to go through, the first of which being DD2 and DD2 Masters. Now this, for those that have joined us at the circuit, for those, of course, that are joining us live, has been a very, very exciting category, of course, over the last few years in general, but also this weekend especially. We've had a fantastic battle between Antoine Barbaro and Wout Kershens, also a number of other people getting into the mix and really spicing things up. I think upwards of about 4 or 5 karts were involved in the lead battle over the course of yesterday. These guys will be going out for a 12-lap pre-final around the circuit Campillos, which, as you can see, is pretty technical. I don't think the track map does it overly justice, in all honesty. It's very undulating. There's a rise up the hill, as you can see, just at the bottom, the direction of travel through turn 1, the right-hander, up through the sweeping section, right at the top end of the hill through turns 5 and 6. We're going to see quite a lot of overtaking as we look to get the first pre-final underway. We'll run you through the grid. Of course, Antoine Barbaro and Wout Kershens will share the front row from Carpine Marquez and Ragnar Virus on row number 2. Len Nyes will share the third row of the grid with Nicholas Pico. He's in DD2 Masters starting P6. Jakob Bezel from Nicholas Guillaume on row number 4. Then comes Usakov and Vilkens, making an all-Latvian front 5 rows, of course, to make it the top 10. Hernandez from Castleberry makes it an all-Spaniard 6th row of the grid from Saborin and Cusack Pico again in the DD2 Masters. Gutierrez, Videra, and then comes Conciams and De Brandt, the 9th and final row of this grid. 18 kart strong, of course, to take us underway for the first pre-final of 2026. Like I was saying, Campillos definitely lends itself to plenty of overtaking opportunities pretty much anywhere on the circuit. We've seen moves be made. Particularly, you can just see there in the in the shot now, that hairpin right there. Turn number 16, facing the paddock, so probably the paddock hairpin. Really good overtaking opportunity off the back of the longest straight of the circuit. And a very heavy braking zone, which over the course of this weekend so far, we've had some pretty tentative conditions. It was raining at some point, and then it was quite misty yesterday, so quite low grip conditions that the drivers had to tackle. Today, though, as you can see, probably what you'd expect from the south coast of Spain, albeit fair enough in January, but the weather we've had this weekend has not been what we'd expect, let's put it that way. But at least today, on finals day, it has shown up. We have got some sun, and albeit quite cold air temp, the sun very much is shining. The drivers now making their way through another great overtaking opportunity, coming out of that hairpin now into turn number 12. So turn 11 sort of going in downhill, of course, and a big dip on the inside. So an exit, very important for a late send into turn 12. So expect to see plenty of that over the duration, of course, of the 12-lap pre-final that we've got for DD2 and for DD2 Masters. Quick reminder, of course, of the stakes at hand. Each of our final winners, so when we get to that a little bit later on in the afternoon, our final winners will get a full season's ride paid for, of course, in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2026. The 4 dates that we've got, starting in Cremona, taking us all the way to Trinec in what I believe to be late September in 2026. Nonetheless, for the first time in 2026, let's get a pre-final underway. 9 rows of karts, and Antoine Barbaro, after being undefeated in the heat so far this weekend, we'll start alongside Wout Kershens, the Dutch champion of 2025. They'll line up in the corridors and anticipate the first pre-final of 2026. Here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup, the lights go out and we go racing down in towards turn number 1. A good launch from the front row between our top 2 protagonists, but a great start from Vicente Marquez. He's already up into second place. Look for that 407, now trailing the 406, up the hill in towards turn number 5, and a quick dip down through 6. No major moves being made. Of course, a little bit of a hip check at the back. I think one of the carts getting momentarily a snap of oversteer as there was a tap from behind. But at least in and amongst the front 4 seems to be pretty decent. Antoine Barbaro, though, consolidating that pole position that he got. You can see a big dip downhill through turn 11. The 466, Wout Kershens, that was the Dutchman that started on the front row. He's now dropped back to 4th position, but a send down the inside. Nicely done in the change for 2nd. Ragnar Virus, I believe, might well be able to get his way up and into the mix. He's, of course, a fantastic driver. The 2023 DD2 World Champion, of course, trying to get himself into the mix. Wout Kershens dives down to the inside and takes 3rd place as well. Now into turn 18, side by side between multiple karts as they try and negotiate through the final couple of corners. We'll run you through the timing, of course, as they tick on to lap number 2. It's Antoine Barbaro from Len Nyes, who's worked up a good couple of places. A nice little send there from Nicholas Pico as well in this Sodi kart, of course, in a completely different category to the rest of these guys, so won't be picking up any extra, places in terms of his grid. He's already winning his respective race. Nonetheless, Antoine Barbaro, Len Nyes from Wout Kershens, then comes Marquez. Jakob Bezel, the 2025 Euro Trophy DD2 champion, has now dropped behind Nicholas Pico and down to 6th. Then comes Ragnar Virus, Usakov, Saborin, and Nicholas Guillaume, the top 10. As we're on to what will be lap 2 of 12. Now into turn 12, Antoine Barbaro, of course, looking incredibly strong. Len Nyes, we've not seen too much from. Not really been overly punchy or getting overly involved. I think a couple of podiums in the heats, but not really mixing it up with the top guys. But if there's any time to arrive, it's right here, right now on what is a fairly chilly Saturday morning. At least, like I said, the sun is out. On to lap number 3 and no changes in and amongst the large part of the pecking order. Of course, Antoine Barbaro off the back of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals P4 just about a month ago. Would like to be starting that 2026 campaign, of course, on the right fit, and the French driver is looking very strong in order to go and do that. A few changes. Saborin and Guillaume have been swapping places in the battle for P9. In fact, Guillaume has dropped behind Vilkans, the Latvian, who's now back into where they started in P10. Couple looks over the shoulder, but nothing major. As Barbaro looks to consolidate that race lead, of course, as a privateer on the Lando Norris kart. And again into turn 16. It's going to be a race of attrition. DD2 over the course of this weekend has been a little bit of a slow burner. It's taken a little while for the race to really start to heat up. Of course, it's a cold morning. Tyres probably quite chilly as well. But with the sun out and the track, I mean, we didn't have much rain, so I'd imagine a lot of the rubber that we had laid down over the week is firmly still there. The 407, though, that's of course Marquez trying to put some pressure onto the downhill race, the DEMS racing of Wout Kershens, both from the Lando Norris chassis. 407, of course, the Spaniard here on home soil, trying to go for that for that home podium. Home victory would of course be much nicer. Look over the shoulder from Nicholas Pico, the 517, of course not in these guys' race per se, but definitely mixing it up with them. The 407 trying to close that gap and get onto the back of the DEMS racing machine. The 466 of Wout Kershens, who almost took a victory in the final heat yesterday, but in the end Antoine Barbaro is ruthless consistency was able to get the measure of him. We're going to find our way into the halfway point of this race in just a few moments' time. Impressed to see how well Len Nyes is staying with Antoine Barbaro. The 406, like I say, has been ruthless, and in fact on that previous lap, Len Nyes set the fastest lap of the race. Of course, courtesy of a little bit of slipstream, definitely helping a little bit, but 0.03 of a second quicker than Barbaro that last time through. That Kirsten's in and amongst the mix as well. Could we see Barbaro challenged? It would be the first time this weekend that he's been defeated in a race. He's been overtaken, had a fantastic battle through the Friday heats. Didn't quite take pole position on Thursday though. In the end qualified P3, I believe it was, for Antoine Barbaro. So didn't get the qualifying that he'd have liked, but with only 2 flying laps, you know, really is cutthroat. That of course went to Wout Kirstens, who in terms of raw pace definitely has been up there. Just struggled a little bit to find his feet at the front end of the field. Sent down the inside from Nicholas Pico though. That's the 517, finds the space in towards turn 16. Of course, not an actual position for Nicholas Pico. He's in the DD2 Masters, a separate race in its entirety. Of course, those that are racing with Pico, those with the 5 at the beginning of the number plate, the 517 of Pico, then you've got the 533 of Kusat Pico, and then the 509 of Carl Siams, who at the moment is running P18. I think did suffer a couple of issues yesterday, but when he was running with good pace, was able to mix it up with Kusat Pico with some pretty decent. That is a cut tyre rolling. I would probably imagine that's what's happened to Carl Siams. And yeah, indeed so. There's a cut off at the on the banking at turn number 1. So I would definitely assume that's going to be Carl Siams now down and out of this race. Good response, of course, from the marshals to get that cleared up. Fantastic job from them as we tick over the half-distance mark in this race. Antoine Barbaro still leading Len Nyes, still leading Wout Kirstens. Nicholas Pico leading in the DD2 Masters. Vicente Marquez in P5 in the overall standings. Jakob Bezel struggled a little bit in terms of raw pace, but has shown up in terms of this pre-final. Got a P10, well, top 10s yesterday in the Friday heats. Would like to be challenging towards the front, as you would expect from the 2025 Euro Trophy champion in DD2. Following there, you can see the the white and the blue of the 406, Antoine Barbaro, being chased down by Len Nyes, who started this race P5, racing for the Shepherds Racing service. And up 3 positions from where he started, so looking pretty decent for Len Nyes, and a send down the inside there. That's Nicholas Pico getting through on Wout Kirstens. So Nicholas Pico is coming through with some sensational pace in that orange, white and black Sodi kart. The 517 goes through and up into 3rd place. Now, Wout Kirstens probably could use a little bit of assistance from the Frenchman to get onto the back of the top 2. Len Nyes just in front. As it stands for the final, because of course that's the most important part of this pre-final, is only setting up the starting grid for the final. As it stands, Antoine Barbaro will be starting on pole position from Wout Kirstens, from Vicente Marquez, Len Nyes. Nicholas Pico will be starting P5 overall, tipping Ragnar Virus on that 3rd row. It's a winner takes all in that final. So even though Antoine Barbaro is looking pretty safe, anything can happen later on this afternoon. Lap 8 of 12. So only a handful left to go. Half a second covering the top 2 at the front, and a new fastest lap of the race we saw there a moment ago from Nicholas Pico, a 1:02.506. And the top 3, their best lap times all within the 1:02.5s. Barbaro just set that on the previous lap, a 1:02.554. The best lap time from Len Nyes, a 1:02.552. And then Nicholas Pico went and smashed that out of the park with a 5:06. However, Antoine Barbaro responds with his own fastest lap, a 1:02.478 for the Frenchman, picking up the pace a little bit and extending that gap. The ruthless consistency, like I said, from the French driver, definitely becoming apparent. As he's bridged that gap to about 3/4 of a second now, back to Len Nyes, who's being reeled in by Nicholas Pico. Of course, you've not really seen Pico in and amongst the top 3 in terms of the overall standings so far this weekend. He's been there or thereabouts, mixing it up at the sharp end of the field, but rarely getting this involved Of course, it makes absolutely zero impact to his DD2 standings, but of course he'd like to start a little bit higher up in the overall, and that's probably what he's doing. He's making sure that he can consolidate another final victory. I think it was a record-breaking winning margin from Nicholas Pico in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge DD2 Euro Trophy standings. Something in excess of about 650 points, I believe, off the top of my head, from the Sodi kart. Definitely always one that arrives and looks to be one of the favourites on the European stage. Here for the Winter Cup, of course, and the stage setter, I suppose, the catalyst into the 2026 season, before we kick things off with the Euro Trophy in a few months' time when we take to Cremona. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit warmer. I'd imagine so, because we're getting into that late spring or mid-spring, sort of late spring, early summer, that sort of period of the year. So hopefully the weather should be quite nice in Italy in a couple of months' time. Still, we've got about 5 karts all within touching distance. Antoine Barbaro, of course, reeling himself away. But then Len Lies and Nicholas Pico, Wout Kershens and Vicente Marquez, all there or thereabouts. They can still see firmly each other. There's only a couple of kart lengths between the between the three of them, really. As we head on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race, lap 11 of 12. So just 2 laps left to negotiate for Antoine Barbaro to extend that winning streak and technically go so far. I say technically, definitely go undefeated so far in 2026. How long will that streak last? We'll obviously have to wait and find out, but Barbaro definitely starting the new year on the right foot. Can confirm as well the retirement that we had, presumably for the lost tie. It wasn't Carl Siams, it was Castlederi, the Spaniard, who you can see at the bottom is down and out of this race, unfortunately. The 407 on the back of Wout Kershens. There you can see Vicente Marquez closing in on the Dems Racing team driver. The poleman from a couple of days ago on Thursday. But running out of opportunities, just a lap and a half left to go in this race. And now out of the final corner for our race leader, 1.58 kilometres left to negotiate in order to see himself the winner of the first pre-final of 2026. Of course, he'd like to do one better and cap it off in the final a bit later on this afternoon. That's one to look forward to. Usakov and Jakub Bezov have been swapping places in the battle for P7 and P8 as well, so that's a little bit further down the field, in and amongst the midfield. Antoine Barbaro, though, is extending that gap, but look at that battle, the 407 versus the 466. Of course, the Spaniard, the Marquez competition, Vicente Marquez trying to close in on the Dems Racing, Wout Kershens. The 466 might well be able to look over his shoulder and trying to defend that P4. Go slightly defensive in towards turn number 12. That could well allow the 407 to get a little bit of a better drive. Now through 13. Now it's just a case of who can put that power down, who's got the straight line speed on that run in towards turn 16. I think Kershens is going to settle for his losses and try and consolidate this. He is now to the inside of turn number 16 through 17, the penultimate corner, trying to set up an almighty switchback is the 407. But out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave for the first pre-final of 2026, and Antoine Barbaro extends that winning streak at the front end of the field. Len Nyes from Nicholas Pico, the overall podium, Wout Kershens and Vicente Marquez, the top 5. We'll run you through the full finishing order in a few moments' time, but what a way to cap off the opening race of 2026. There you can see the stricken kart of Castlederi. Of course, not the way the Spaniard would have wanted to arrive, of course, to the first home race, the first race, of course, of the season. Not ideal by any means, but still a lot to come back to in the final. Like I say, it'll be a winner takes all things, so no championship points or anything. The Winter Cup, it's a one-off event. Of course, last year we did have the 2. But there you can see that was the finishing order, of course, of this race. It was Antoine Barbaro and Len Nyes that took the top 2 spots, with Nicholas Pico taking the victory in DD2 Masters. Wout Kershens and Vicente Marquez, Ragnar Viras completed the top 6 from Usakovs and Jakub Bezov, P7 and P8. Vilkens and Nicholas Guillaume rounded out the top 10, of course, overall, from Sabora and Gutierrez. Cusack Pico taking P2 and DD2 from Federa, Hernandez, De Brandt, Carl Siams, of course, who took P3 in DD2, and the lone DNF of Zach Castleberry, who of course unfortunately did lose a tyre at some point in that race, finishing, well, not finishing, but being classified in P18. Of course, next up, we've wrapped up the DD2. We'll see these guys a bit later on for their final. They'll be the first final of the weekend. Should be taking place around about 1 o'clock this afternoon local time. Translate that to wherever you are watching around the world, which of course, wherever you're watching, I hope that you are enjoying the coverage. I hope we can bring you some fantastic racing, because so far this weekend it's been nothing short of it. Next up, of course, will be Minimax, and this, similar to DD2, has had a very dominant front runner. Joshua Cook has been looking mighty at the sharp end of the field, and will be starting this race from pole position. From the top of my head, again, he's been undefeated so far this weekend. Took pole position on Thursday. But other people to look out for, the likes of Sebastian Behrmann, who, despite a couple of issues in Heat 3 yesterday, will still be rounding up this heat in P6. Twice yesterday, he went from P7 to P2. Now he's starting P6. You know, plus 5 positions on average each race probably means that he's going to be carving through and going to win this one. Austin Oman is another one to look out for, the 111, also looking very, very strong. Can't count out Mick Klinkers either. P2 in the final of the Rotax Max Challenge in 2025, taking P2 at Sano for the Euro Trophy. So a lot of talent, of course, for these Minimax. They are mini, but goodness me, are they mighty out there on circuit, giving us genuinely some of the best racing that you can ask for. Just waiting, of course, for the recovery effort of the 458 of Castleberry, and then we'll be able to get this race underway. 2 formation laps, as always is the case. 1 out lap and then 1 proper formation lap to get those tyres up to temperature. But yeah, another quick overview of the circuit there. You can see very undulating, and I'm sure now a lot of people, if you haven't seen Campillos before, can agree that it definitely is more than meets the eye with the track map, especially at the top end of the hill. The descent down in through turn 11, 10, 10 and 11, and plenty of overtaking opportunities that I'm sure the Minimax drivers will be using all the way through what will be an 8-lap battle for their pre-final. It will be the same distance when it comes to their final later on this afternoon. Should be starting around about 1:35 as well. So make sure, of course, you are tuning in for that, for us to crown our Winter Cup champion of 2026 and crown our first champion of the new year as well. Can hear some engines firing up, so hopefully that means we've got some karts making their way out onto circuit. We'll run you through the grid, of course, in a few moments' time. We've got 21 karts taking part in the Minimax. Joshua Cook, Austin Oman will line up on the front row of the grid. Logan Rolfe and Mick Klinkers make up row 2 from Oscar Kenny, and Sebastian Behrmann on row 3. Then comes Martin Lappan sharing the 4th row of the grid with Jackson Hilton. Casper McAllister and Lennox Lockhart, who made some big moves in Heat 3 yesterday, will round up in top 10. Of course, behind that, you'll have the 6th row of the field. That, of course, going to Oliveira, Murphy, Harris, Barber. Then comes Fulbright, Karma, Peter from Malik, Oss, Doyle, Manzi and Sanchez, the top 20, with a very lonely Andre Marin on the 21st grid slot of the field. A very lonely 11th position as well. I think Marin has suffered a couple of issues through the heats, of course, dropping them all the way to the back end of the pre-final. With there being no groups for the Minimax, they don't have to worry about their weekend being cut short, but every little is going to help in terms of advancing them further forward and getting them into a slightly higher position for the main event later on this afternoon. Like I say, Joshua Cook, Austin Oman, the front row. Those are the 2 to watch out for. The KR Sport, and of course the blue and the white stripes on the front end of the front bumper can never really miss them. That's Joshua Cook. Sam Pollock Racing of Austin Oman right next to them. Of course, with turn 1 being an uphill right-hander that very quickly leads into another very quick right-hander at turn 2. The outside lane, if you like, the even grid slots, so those, 2, 4, 6, 8, further down, etc., etc., are at a slight disadvantage from what I've seen. They're also at the mercy of the pole sitter, so those in P3, so in this case Logan Rolfe, should be able to get a pretty decent jump start. Well, not a jump start, but a good jump at the start in order to get past Austin Oman and through up into second place. That's what I would predict is going to happen, but Austin Oman, especially in the Minimax, we have seen moves go around the outside of turn 1. It definitely is possible, especially if he can react well to the KR Sport machine right next to him. or 10.5 rows of carts to line themselves up. They are keeping it nice and tidy. Let's see if we can go racing first time here at Campillos. For the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup, the Rotax Mini Pre-final, Joshua Cook, Austin Oman at the front row of the grid. Logan Rolfe and Mick Klinkers just in behind. They'll assume themselves into the tram lines. And we won't go racing for the first time. Another formation lap for these guys. Race director Marco Colina not happy with how they've been lined up. On Friday, no, hang on Thursday, sorry, with the first round of eliminatory heats, we had a full sweep. All 5 races that we had got started first try. Yesterday on Friday, I don't actually think, maybe once or twice of the 10 races that we had yesterday, we had a clean start straight away. So a couple of extra formation laps, which I'm sure with the track still, well, the air still being 9 degrees Celsius, so the track will obviously be slightly warmer, but still maybe not ideal. The drivers will be grateful for another opportunity to get the tyres up to temperature. Look, out on track, I did notice Logan Rolfe and Austin Oman were giving each other a bit of a battle on this formation lap, overtaking each other quite a lot. Now, Joshua Cook has got the job of backing everyone up. He's done it quite late through turn 17. Wants to preserve as much tyre temperature as possible, I'm sure. So the Chaos Sport on the left-hand side of the screen, the right-hand side of the circuit, the 111 just alongside him. Those are the top 2. Logan Rolfe just in behind as well. Once again into the tram lines. The lights go out and we go racing towards turn number 1. Not the best of starts from Austin Oman, and he's been overtaken 3, maybe 4 times by the time they reach the opening corner. So a good start and good consolidation from Joshua Cook as Austin Oman is tumbling down the order, stuck on the outside, trying to funnel his way back to the inside to defend one of these positions, but in the end, the outside of the front row has struck again. Back down the hill right now, Chaos Sport 1 and 2. Logan Rolfe just in behind Joshua Cook. Just in behind that, we've got the 148. I think that's Oscar Kenny that's been able to work past both Mick Klinkers and, of course, Austin Oman. Indeed it is. Sent to the inside as well through turn number 12. For the 148, so Oscar Kenny up now into P2 from P5 on the grid. A fantastic opening lap for the Brit with Hunter Motorsport. Now he gets his head down. Now it's the case of trying to chase after Joshua Cook, who up until this point in the weekend, similar to Antoine Barbaro, has been undefeated in the Minimax. Out of the final corner. And to take us on to lap number 2 of 8, Joshua Cook will lead from Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Behrman making some good progress up to P4. Behind that, Austin Oman just made a move on Martin Lappan. As we'll take a replay at the start. No, we won't. We'll come back to the live action. Austin Oman finding his way back through and then ascend to the inside of what is turn number 5. For those that know their UK circuits, reminding me explicitly of Rocket In and Rocket Out at the Anglesey Trackmon in Wales. An uphill, very tight left-hander that leads into a dip downhill through a right-hander. I mean, it's a very stark similarity. Nonetheless, Joshua Cook leads Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Behrman, and now Austin Oman back inside the top 5 for the 111, trying to recover from what was a not ideal start, suboptimal to say the least. As we're on to halfway through lap number 2. I have to say, really impressed with Oscar Kenny, really arriving here on Saturday morning, as he tries to close the gap and get onto the rear end of the Chaos Sport machine just in front, the Hunter Motorsport machine. Both on the OTK chassis, but sandwiched in between the 2 Chaos Sports is Oscar Kenny. He's got Chaos Sport in front of him, he's got Chaos Sport behind him. Now up the hill through turn number 1, now through turn number 2. Should be near enough flat out in these Minimaxes. Up the hill towards turn number 5. If the space opens up, a move definitely is on, but not on this occasion for Oscar Kenny. As we've got 4 karts involved in this lead fight. Austin Oman not a million miles away either in that 111. Down the hill, through the chase in towards turns 10 and 11. Through the right, keep it as far over as you possibly can as you dip down and use that dip to help the kart grip up. Don't want to run wide there, it completely ruins your exit. Oscar Kenny up into 2nd place. This is going to promote him in front of Mick Klinkers in the starting order and would put him into P4 for the starting of the final. As it stands, Joshua Cook from Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe, Oscar Kenny and Mick Klinkers would be the top 5. So right now, if you know you're in a pretty good position for the final, of course you can't know that fully, but you can have a rough idea of, okay, I did this in the heats, this is where I was coming in, this is where I am now, I'm probably in a decent position. There's no championship points to be gained from the pre-final. Do you just sit behind and work together to get away Oscar Kenny if he wins this race? Maybe it puts him into P3 ahead of Logan Rolfe, so I guess maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to get him off of the even side of the grid. Austin Oman, though, setting the timing sheets of play, is a 1:08.0 coming in for the 111. He is a man on a mission to get back in contact with the top four, who at the moment are slipstreaming and working well really together to try and get away from the rest of the field. Not really much happening in terms of a battle, but a good run out of turn 11 from the 148. Still sees him about a kart length behind the race leader of Joshua Cook, who once again really is just consolidating this race very, very well. Not driving overly aggressively, not taking too much out of his tyres, of course trying to conserve as much as possible for the final a bit later on. A side-by-side just in the background, that's Sebastian Behrmann on the inside of Logan. Kenny goes for the move, finds his way through. Joshua Cook drops to second for the first time this race. Joshua Cook has to get his head back in the game and avoid being overtaken, because Sebastian Behrmann just in behind him definitely is going to be hunting and looking to pounce on that opportunity out of turn 11 and towards turn number 12. Slightly defensive from Oscar Kinney. Did he need to defend? There was a good couple of kart lengths between himself and Joshua Cook, but it does open the space up for Sebastian Behrmann to have a slight little bit of a look through turn number 13. And a look over the shoulder, but a point forward from Joshua Cook, just to say, let's work together, let's get away from the rest of the pack. And now having to go defensive towards turn number 1, the 148 Oscar Kenny under pressure from Joshua Cook. Let's trying to get back involved. Austin Oman fires one down the inside of Sebastian Behrmann, gets himself up in a P3. Bit of contact between the top two as the 148 parks the bus at the top end of the hill. Dip through turn number 6, now through 7 at the top of the hill of 8. Once again parking it, not leaving any space and backing it up now, all aboard the Oscar Kenny Express. Into turn 12, still parking it in the middle of the circuit here. Oscar Kenny taking some big risks in this battle with Joshua Cook as they send down the inside. Austin Oman, I think, is that one making the move. Indeed so, the Sam Pollock Racing 111 fires one down the inside. Had an appalling start in all honesty, but now fires it back up the inside, of course, to take second place. Looks to the inside from the 175. That's Joshua Cook. That's dropped all the way into the back end of this train. So the race leader now suffering greatly as Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrmann go through on him. Also the 132 of Logan Rolfe under a bit of pressure. That's Mick Klinkers now getting back into the fight. Onto the final lap of racing. One more to go, 1.58 kilometers here at the Kart Center Campillos for the Minimax Pre-final. As it stands, is Oscar Kenny that leads, Austin Oman leads Sebastian Behrmann, and then Joshua Cook behind that. Down the hill for the final time. And Austin Oman trying to put that pressure on. He's worked incredibly hard to get back into P2. Now he's going to try and go for the overall lead. Let's see. Oscar Kenny goes defensive. As it stands, his work is good enough to put him into P3 in the overall standings. Send down the inside from Joshua Cook on the inside of Sebastian Behrmann. That's through turn number 12. Up and under from Austin Oman, though. He threads the needle, tries to find the gap. Doesn't quite get the drive. So Oscar Kenny is able to pull back in front. In towards turn 16 for the final time. Joshua Cook fires it down the inside of the 111, who has to defend. Round the outside, and Sebastian Behrmann now darts it to the inside of the penultimate corner. Joshua Cook will take P3. Our race leader, though, it's a drag race. Austin Oman versus Oscar Kenny, and Oman gets it at the line. He was under pressure, potentially losing P2 a corner prior to that. But that run to the line from the Sam Pollock machine sees him take victory for the Minimax Pre-final. So provisionally, as it stands, Joshua Cook will be on pole position for the final a bit later on. The first time that he's lost a race this weekend. Austin Oman, Mick Klinkers and Oscar Kenny will be the top 2 rows. From Logan Rolfe, Behrmann, Lapan and McAllister will start the front 8 positions provisionally as it stands for the Minimax final a bit later on today. Like I say, about 25 to 2 in the afternoon. And the race got underway very, very well indeed. Of course, not the best of starts from Austin Oman on the outside of the front row. So he dropped, I think, as low as P7. Quick work from Sebastian Behrman to find his way into contention. Fired one down the inside of Logan Rolfe at turn 16. And then it was side by side for the lead of the race. Austin Oman getting back involved. And a nice thread underneath Oscar Kenny. And then a drag race to the line. A very decisive moment. And the acceleration in favour of the 111 to take victory for the first time this weekend. Of course, I think largely it didn't make too big of a difference in terms of the ranking after the pre-final, but always good to know that you are the latest winner before the most important race of the weekend. That's going to wrap it up for Minimax, of course. Next up, we'll go to the first pre-final, well, the only pre-final for the juniors. Of course, there is the final finishing classification for the Minimax. Austin Oman, Oscar Kenny and Joshua Cook make it a Great Britain 1, 2 and 3. Mick Clinkers separates the pair of three Brits in P4 from then Sebastian Behrman, Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber, the top 7. Then comes Lapan, McAllister and Doyle, the top 10. Murphy from Jackson Hilton, the top 12. From Oliveira and Lockhart, who unfortunately went backwards in the MLC Motorsport kart. Oss, the top 15. Peter, Malik, Manzi, Sanchez and Marin, the top 20. And a retirement for Fulbrook Karma, unfortunately not going his way by any means this race. Of course, should be a pretty decent turnaround. I don't think we've got any karts out there on circuit that need recovering, so it should be pretty decent just to get the Rotax guys, the Rotax Junior guys, everyone's in the Rotax, straight out onto the circuit. And this has been very much the Zdeněk Babicek show. Like I say, it's been pretty much the Zdeněk Babicek show, but as it stands, himself and Malchus Mazanas, who, you know, over the first heat or so from the now reigning world champion, won it, of course, at the Bahrain International Circuit about a month ago in December, won the Junior Max world title, did Malchus Mazanas. Didn't quite have the pace initially from what I could see on Thursday, but yesterday really turned up the wick and just used, you know, not necessarily raw pace, but just consistency, racecraft and decision making that has put him now into a golden position. Of course, now it's P2, and like we just saw with Austin Oman, that's probably not the most ideal position to be starting for this race, but it does put him tied on ranking after the heats going into the pre-final. They're both on 9 penalty points apiece, so whoever finishes in front of who has the best chance of starting on pole position, unless Jensen Chalk has an absolute rocket ship of a race and wins, and then Babicek and Mazanas obviously drop through the field. That, of course, still very much can happen. Let's run you through the grid. It's the Czech driver of Zdeněk Babicek for Downhill Racing that will start this one from pole position. Malchus Mazanas, the newly crowned world champion, on row 1. Jensen Chalk and Oliver Chase from Kato Lloyd and Alex Goods in the front 3 rows. Then comes the Turk of Fouat, Martin Soltis and Riley Morrow, his first junior weekend, starting inside the top 10. Pashku will join him on the 5th row of the grid. Behind that, of course, we'll have the 6th row of the field. That, of course, going to Lorenko Villau and Luan Seidel. Luan Seidel, by the way, our poleman on Thursday, got incredibly unlucky over the course of this weekend. We'll start P11. Hans and May on row 7 from Kiel and Cakers, row 8. Hull and Katanica from Martins, and Spike rounding out the top 20. Of course, we've got 34 karts that we're taking to the start. So next up comes Xandar Raficius from Ugarte, Gavino from Alfie Ward, the top 24. Bo and Giacomelli share row 13 from D'Augusto, and Hakkinen, Joadatis and Fuentes round up the top 30. And still 2 more rows to go beyond this. A full grid for the juniors, and Ferreira, Jackson, Charbot and Grantins, the 34th and final driver to take to the start of this Junior Max pre-final. And it's Dan Holland Racing that lead the way. Of course, off the back of the victory in the Euro Trophy with Jacob Ashcroft taking the victory in 2025. Didn't quite have the final weekend at Sana that he'd have wanted. A bent steering column, I believe, after a pretty big incident going into turn number 1. It was quite a sizable crash. Just cruised around and did what he needed to do in the final to take the Euro Trophy, and went on to finish P2 in the grand final. For Jacob Ashcroft, of course, he's on to into car racing now. I think he's been testing Genettas for the best part of a few months. So Danaher Racing, in terms of a race team, definitely one that you want to be getting in contact with. And Zdeněk Babicek in pole position. We'll be looking to, of course, represent them as best as possible. And, of course, being Czech, a lot of Czech fans that will be very much in support of Zdeněk Babicek. But Mažeš Mazinas, of course, the world champion. By no means can you count him out. Of course, the all-black helmet in the 208, the KR Sport machine. So, be interesting to see what these guys can do over what will be an 11-lap pre-final for the Junior Max, the third pre-final of the day. Zdeněk Babicek versus Mažeš Mazinas. We're backing up the field very early on, is the poleman. Of course, not allowed to overtake the driver starting P1, so they have to, well, go with his pace, whatever he wants to roll with. Although Mazinas Mažeš, I think, got in front of him very quickly. Let's Zdeněk Babicek draw back alongside him. 11 laps of racing ahead of us through turn 17 and turn 18 to decide the grid for the final. Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup, the Rotax Junior Pre-final. Zdeněk Babicek, Mažeš Mazinas on the front row. Both have been incredibly good this weekend. They take to the tram lines, they put their foot to the floor, and we don't go racing for the first attempt. So another formation lap for these guys. Our race director Marco not overly happy with how they were formation, so of course we'll go around again, gives them an opportunity to warm up those tyres, keep them in a nice stable range. Of course, if you are now just joining us, hello and welcome to Rotax Max Challenge in 2026 and to the Winter Cup. My name is Zach Sweeney, bringing you the commentary with a very nice view outside of the commentary box. You can see the entirety of the circuit, and thankfully some very nice weather, but can of course see very nice picturesque views here in the south coast of Spain. About an hour away from Malaga. I know a lot of people have been enjoying the beach this weekend, and quite rightly so. It's nice to see that the weather, like I say, has picked up a little bit. Definitely sunshine. Still probably be a little bit chilly, so I reckon I'll be putting my coat on when I go down to do the interviews. Well, to do the podiums, not the interviews, the podiums. Later on this afternoon, after each of the finals. But yeah, good to see that the grip levels on circuit, more importantly, are there. Yesterday, in amongst some of the Heat 2s and Heat 3s, we did see quite a bit of a challenge. It got quite misty. It wasn't raining as such, but there was precipitation, but it wasn't, hard rain. It was very, very soft, very spitting. And that did make for some pretty low grip track conditions, which definitely did spice up some of the heats quite a lot. Nonetheless, it's all clean, all dry, and all grippy up at the front end of the field. We've got 17 rows of karts, 34 strong, as we make our way to the corridors. Zdeněk Babicek on the left-hand side of your screen, the KR Sport of Mažeš Mazinas on the left, and Marco's still not happy, so we'll go round again. Hopefully third time will be the charm, and the drivers can actually get themselves into a nice tidy order, as I think actually the reason for the delayed start was the 203 has gone slowly. That is Kazuki Kitanaka, who's now down and out of the kart. That's going to be a huge hit to the Japanese drivers' start, the Dems Racing team. Hopefully no major dramas to that kart, and they can get it back out for the final, albeit slightly lower down than P18 from where Kitanaka was meant to be starting for this race. Good few people to look out for. So like I said during the grid, the Sam Pollock Racing, the 222 of Riley Morrow, his first Junior Max race and race meeting, of course, won the final round of the Euro Trophy in 2025 when we took to the Italian Cup and to Sarno. Took victory there. Very punchy driver, very aggressive, and that's come through a lot. Didn't get the best of qualifying, and you could probably put that down to a lack of experience. But in terms of that racecraft, I mean, whatever he learned in Minimax is definitely shining through. As Riley Morrow starts this race from P9, definitely did not qualify P9, but has worked through, I think, upwards of 13 or 15 positions in some occasions over the course of the heat. So, starting again on the odd-numbered side of the grid as well. Look out for the 222 to carve their way forward. Also, like I've always been saying, Zdeněk Babicek and Mažeš Mazinas, two to look out for on the front row of the grid. We'll This is our fourth now formation lap, our third attempt at the start. Let's see if we can finally get 11 laps of Junior Rotax racing underway. The lights on the gantry go out and we go racing. A good initial launch from the outside of the front row, but straight through to streamline them is the odd numbers of the grid. Now the Chaos Sport machine, one of them going wide through turn number 1 and spinning round through turn 2, able to recollect themselves. But so far so good for Zdeněk Babicek. Masinus Mal just able to limit the damage from the freight train that was the inside of the grid. Not losing too many positions, only dropping one behind what I believe to be the 218 of Jensen Chalk. Now as they run through turn 10, now into turn 11, the Chaos Sport trying to set up a nice exit, get that drive and get that acceleration. A point forward though to the 218. Masinus Mal just though quick to contradict that, puts some pressure onto the 218, finds a way through on Jensen Chalk. They draw alongside each other, sends the move towards turn 13, but Masinus Mal just has put himself into a very vulnerable position and could well be losing a position to what could be Oliver Chase and Cato Lloyd, who themselves are getting involved. Malgus on the outside tries to hang it all the way through and has the inside for the penultimate corner, does that brilliantly. Meanwhile, this is allowing our race leader to get away. Opening lap in the books. And under investigation almost immediately, Masinus Malgus. Zdeněk Babicek from Jensen Chalk. Malgus Mazinas from Alex Goodson. Cato Lloyd, the top 5. From Martin Soltis, then comes Riley Morrow up 2 places. Luan Seidel, Pascu and Lorenko Villau, the top 10. Of course, all subject to change, but a very punchy opening lap, allowing Zdeněk Babicek to get 1.9 seconds clear of the field. Soltis has dropped down to P7 at the end of the first sector as well. Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. So Malgus Mazinas trying to close back into the race lead. Obviously wanted to work with Jensen Chalk a little bit, but then sort of realised that his run was quite good into turn 12, so thought about a move, then had to kind of back out, but Jensen Chalk kind of gave him space, so went wide. So Magnus Malgus then had a look to the outside of turn 13. That then opened the door for the likes of Alex Goodson and Cato Lloyd to get involved, and then it was a whole thing. It's sort of settled down a little bit now, but they're still all very, very close. And Zdeněk Babicek doesn't need a second invitation to be running away with things. A 104.6 for the Czech driver as he extends the lead out in front, now to 2.2 seconds. On to what is lap 3 of 11. Through turn 11, and you can see the black helmet of Masinus Malgus is leading that trade in second, but all of them losing ground to Zdeněk Babicek. So I think very early on, this is going to become a case of trying to consolidate for second. What it does mean is Zdeněk Babicek will keep that pole position, will keep the top ranking after the pre-finals. Malgus Mazinas, I mean, he might be starting P2 again later on, as it stands, of course. Through turn number 1 once again, lap 4 of 11. Zdeněk Babicek, 2.4 seconds now is the gap, following the battle between Malgus Mazinas, and a send down the inside from Alex Goodson. Does not wait. Straight down the inside as soon as an opportunity arose. Fantastic driving. Now makes it a Dan Holland Racing 1 and 2. Jensen Chalk goes through on Cato Lloyd as well, so this could be a big swing. Jensen Chalk closing in on terms of penalty points on Malgus Mazinas. Could take P2 for the starting grid of the final tomorrow, but a point forward there. And he does actually keep to his word that time through, the Lithuanian. Trying to get away from the chasing pack as much as possible. There's quite a lot of battling in and amongst the midfield. You can see Luan Seidel and Martin Soltis very close on the timing screen last time they broke the beam. But the 226 now of Alex Goodson through on the 208 of Malgus Mazinas. The Chaos Sport, of course, the reigning world champion after the back of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain a month ago. Definitely would not be complaining with a free ride through the Euro Trophy. Lap 5 of 11, so closer and closer to half distance. And that battle there, not for the lead. The leader you can't even see in the shot. He's 3 seconds clear of these two. Zdeněk Babicek in control. He's just blipped past the screen there. He's in no man's land. We're not really going to have to talk about him too much. He's just controlling this race. And with the time that we've got left and the gap that Zdeněk Babicek has got, I find it incredibly unlikely that we're going to see Alex Goodson and Mažas Mazanas go for that lead. Especially because of the consistency. I mean, it's incredible from Zdeněk Babicek. A 104.4, his best lap time. Well, he's now just done another one. He's done 3 back-to-back 104.4s. Fair play to Alex Goodson. He's done 3 back-to-back 104.6s, but that's still 2 tenths off the pace and still allowing Zdeněk Babicek to get away. I think Alex Goodson will be thinking, okay, how can I keep second place? I've got to drive as quickly as I can, maybe try and catch Zdeněk Babicek. Not to catch him, but just to give me something to motivate myself to drive a little bit faster, because I've got the world champion right up my tail. And also Jensen Chalk just in behind that as well. Driving for MLC Motorsport. You can see the white and the blue-purple-ish cosmic chassis. Over half distance now, lap 6 of 11. So 5 laps completed. And Mažas Mazanas on the back of Alex Goodson. Not going for the move though, and I fear could be in a little bit of trouble with the MLC of Jensen Chalk closing in onto another lap. This heading on to lap 7 of 11. Alex Goodson now backing up the pack. A new fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 104.1 from Martin Soltis. He's running currently P5, so that's going to be helpful getting onto the back of Jensen Chalk. He's bringing Riley Morrow with him, the 222 up to 6th position now. Again, his first weekend in the Junior Max. So the 226, Alex Goodson looking over his shoulder, constantly under a bit of pressure from the world champion of Mažas Mazanas. Don't count out Jensen Chalk either. Again, Mazanas is in a pretty difficult spot here. He's got to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend, and then also the challenge of seeing Martin Soltis chip away at that gap. Slightly defensive into turn 16 goes Alex Goodson. Zdeněk Babicek extends the gap, 3.4 seconds now, as Jensen Chalk, of course, found a way through on Mazanas Mažas through through the final couple of corners. So that's now changed. Mažas Mazanas drops behind into P3 and a send down the inside from Martin Soltis. The 259 finds a way through. It's all come undone for Mažas. He's dropped from second now down to P5. 3 positions in the span of about 3 corners there. Now with just a handful of laps left to go, got to try and recompose himself, get himself back into the battle. But Martin Soltis using as much of that momentum as possible. He set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, still running quite consistently in that. Sends the move down the inside of Jensen Chalk. The two of them draw alongside each other. Soltis tries to get the up and under, doesn't quite get the drive, and that's covered off by the 218. But a point forward, still going defensive though, Chalk. He doesn't trust it. Mazanas Mažas goes behind Martin Soltis. Side by side behind them as well. That's, of course, Luan Seal and Riley Morrow, the 222 versus the 225. Luan Seal on to lap 9 of 11. Look over the shoulder at Riley Morrow, now trying to put some pressure onto the world champion. Darts down the inside of turn number 1. Nicely done from the 222. And the 208 goes down even further. Alex Goodson, meanwhile, has been able to use this as an opportunity to stretch his legs a little bit and try and get away from the chasing pack. Riley Morrow from P9 to P5 looking incredibly strong with Sam Pollock Racing, of course, the Cut Republic chassis. I mean, Zdeněk Babicek is in a completely different universe relative to these guys in terms of the race that he's been running. Quite a boring race for the Czech. Definitely has had some quite exciting battles over the course of this weekend. On track, I believe he's only lost 1 race so far. Onto the penultimate lap, lap 10 of 11. Zdeněk Babicek will lead us through from Alex Goodson. Jensen Chalk still on the back. Martin Soltis, Riley Morrow, the top 5. Side by side between the fight for second. That's going to drop Alex Goodson behind. The 218 Jensen Chalk goes through. Martin Soltis now tries to put some pressure on and indeed does find the gap and goes through into third position. So just like that, momentum can swing one way, then quickly the next. Riley Murray now applying some pressure to Goodson. So for Mazanas and for Goodson, I mean, it just goes to show how quickly it can swing one way, then the next. I have to say, incredibly impressed with Ryan Seidel, fighting back from just outside of the top 10, now into P6. The pace definitely there, especially after a fantastic qualifying on Thursday. Taking the fastest lap in what was, to be fair, a very tight Junior Max qualifying session. Zdeněk Babicek qualifying in P2 by about, I think it was about 12 thousandths of a second, something in that vein. Incredibly tight after the 6-minute session. On to the final lap of the race, though. Zdeněk Babicek will lead us through. 5 seconds clear of Jensen Chalk. Look over the shoulder. He can see the 2:59. And Martin Soltis for KRK Racing, the Slovakian, trying to go for second. Jensen Chalk, if he loses that position, will still hold third place. So it's actually looking really good for Chalk in the early stages of the final. He'll be starting right behind Zdeněk Babicek provisionally, and that's probably exactly where he wants to be. Martin Soltis, though, could use an extra point or so just to get him through on Kato Lloyd, potentially Alex Goodson as well. Riley Murray getting overtaken as the 225 of Ryan Seidel tries to find a way through. The 218 of Jensen Chalk under a bit of pressure as well. Martin Soltis now applying it. Alex Goodson tries to get back involved, tries to go for a switchback, and instead launches one around the outside to use that momentum. Defensive now, it's going to be an express down the inside. White lining in, and there's contact backwards into the hairpin. Goodness me. Involving 3 guards. The checker flag flies. Zdeněk Babicek will take victory. But who's going to come home in second? Jensen Chalk, of course, will hold on to it from Alex Goodson. Maurits Mazanas, Kato Lloyd, the top 5. Involved in that, Martin Soltis, Loan Seidel and Riley Morrow all getting the brunt of that one. A heartbreaking end to the pre-final for those 3 drivers. Of course, Riley Morrow, his hard work, Loan Seidel, his hard work, and Martin Soltis, one of the fastest drivers on the circuit, still got the fastest lap in the end. But that's dropped all 3 of them outside of the top 8 in the overall standings after the pre-final, and that's going to be a big mountain to climb when it comes to the what will be an 11-lap final for these drivers. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Of course, the race got away quite well for our pole sitter of Zdeněk Babicek. Maurits Mazanas, of course, dropping behind and into third position. So Zdeněk Babicek was able to use the battling behind to start to get away even as early as the opening lap, was pulling away from the rest of the field. Alex Goodson would make some quick work and get involved with the rest of the pack, but Maurits Mazanas would control in second, under a lot of pressure though, and the move would come at turn number 5. That's when Alex Goodson found the way past, and the 2 would do quite a bit of battle for quite a few laps. And the fight in behind would allow the likes of Martin Soltis and Riley Murray to start reeling themselves into that fight. It was an all-out pull for 11 straight laps. The momentum did not swing in favour of Mazanas by any means, and Martin Soltis would find some moves and find some spaces in an incredibly tight and very competitive Junior Max field. Onto the final couple of laps, and the fight for third definitely did boil down all the way to the end. Inviting some fantastic moves, and this is how it all went wrong late on the brakes there. I think that was Loan Seidel getting caught up on the rear end of maybe Martin Soltis, and the 3 of them would go round backwards and get involved into a huge incident down into the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. Well, that's going to wrap it up for the Junior Max. Next, of course, we'll have the 2 Senior Max pre-finals, but just to run you through the final results. 6.5 seconds clear, Zdeněk Babicek from Jensen Chalk, Alex Goodson rounding out the podium from Maurits Mazanas, Kato Lloyd, the top 5 from Pascu, Oliver Chase, May, Cakers and Fuentes, the top 10. Of course, behind that, the likes of P11 goes to Thomas Jackson, Alfie Ward, Hans, Loan Seidel in the end, finishing P14, Fuat Martin, Giacomo Iacomelli from Ugarte Ferreira and Kiel, the top 20 drivers. And then comes Gavin O'Hackon and Spike from Lorenco Villau. Grantins up a few places into P25, Bo, Juadedas, Hull, Zalnerovicius and Martin Soltis in the end finishing P30, heartbreaking for the Slovakian for KRK Racing. D'Augusto Jabo, Riley Morrow Kitanica, 34th and last, did not make the start of the race. Well, did not make the second attempt at the start of the race, pulled over, and that was that done and dusted for them. We'll see, hopefully, the Japanese driver fighting back a bit later on in the Junior Max final, which should be taking place around about 2:05 this afternoon. So very much looking forward to that. Just 2 more pre-finals to negotiate with the seniors in just a moment. With the senior maxes, I mean, we've got 3 drivers coming into this, all tied on the heat points. Macaulay Bishop, Jeremy Roivers and Scott Marsh tied on 4 points apiece. Austin Lee only a few behind on 7. We could have a 4-way battle for that final pole. Of course, with 2 pre-finals, in this one we've got Macaulay Bishop, Scott Marsh, Ryan Gandor, Bram van der Becken, all looking incredibly strong. And then in pre-final B, we'll have Jeremy Roivers and Austin Lee sharing the front row of pre-final B. So still plenty to talk about in this one. Macaulay Bishop and Scott Marsh sharing the front row could be a spicy combination from Bram van der Becken and Ryan Gandor, P3 and P4. Lemeray, Callum Sims from Svet Ubben and Tees van Vick share row number 4. In from Slegel and Lewis Gilbert. Look out for the Potenza car as he fires through from P10. Trackers Avasal QT from Daniel Kilpatrick. Cameron Nelson from Eva Morris, who had a P6 finish in the final heat yesterday, starts P14 from Arno Saborin. Soltis from Janssen, Schwarzer, Finney Smith and Theo Eriksson, the top 20 drivers in the senior pre-final. Of course, behind that will be row 11, which of course is Medina, K-Roos, P21 and P22. Will Pemble from Marta Spike, then comes Hezel, Lelang, Nyberg, Svitala, Kat Wilhelms and Alfie Litter, the P29 and P30 place drivers of the 31 kart field that we've got. A very lonely Lottie Gantar for Craft Motorsport in P31. And on to what will be their second formation lap, of course their out lap plus their actual formation lap. Macaulay Bishop starting on pole position. Newly crowned senior Rotax world champion just a month ago in Bahrain. Scott Marsh, though, I have to say, incredibly impressive, and I'm sure I've saw on social media, Strawberry Racing, very impressed with Scott Marsh so far this weekend. The Triple 3, again, not been the quickest, one of the cleverest in finding the space, finding the moves, being consistent, putting that car exactly where it needs to be, and working his magic. Though on the outside of the front row could be difficult. Needs to make sure he gets a good launch and try and consolidate as best as possible into turn number 1. Otherwise you fall victim to what we saw a bit earlier on with Austin Oman dropping back about 4 or 5 places in the opening lap alone. Macaulay Bishop taking the pole position 2 days ago on Thursday. And again, a pretty tight senior Rotax field. I think again it was less than half a tenth from memory. Took the pole, took the trophy, and he'll be looking to go one better this afternoon and take that final victory and the free ride through the Euro Trophy in 2026. Starting, of course, with Cremona and ending with Trinek. Drivers rolling themselves through the final few corners now. Of course, we start the 2026 season here in Campillos for the RMC Winter Cup. We'll go to Cremona in a couple of months' time at the beginning of March. Vackersdorf, Genk and the Steelring in Trinek in the mid part of September. It's a long road to get there in the 2026 season of Rotax competition. Of course, for the senior Rotax, their first pre-final of 2026. Macaulay Bishop took the first victory of the heats. Let's see if he can do the same from pole position in the pre-final. Foot to the floor, the lights on the gantry go out, so we go racing towards turn number 1. Not the best of starts for Scott Marsh. The Triple 3 stuck on the outside. He loses not 1 but 2, maybe even 3 positions. Settles for 4th place. Macaulay Bishop on that ascent up the hill now towards turn number 5. Holds firm in that lead. Bram van der Vecken, the 396. Looking pretty good for Bovin Power. His first weekend, of course, in Senior Max was a very strong contender in the Euro Trophy in 2025. And now tries to chase after the reigning world champion of Macaulay Bishop. Through turn 10 into 11. For the opening time of 12 laps for the Senior Max. 3:15 as well. That's Nolan Lemeray, who's made a good jump from P5 up now into P3, so getting the jump on who I would assume to be Callum Sims. Ryan Gandel potentially has gone backwards as well. Yeah, Ryan Gandel, look out. Of course, the KL Sport, the Canadian, usually a very strong driver, but immediately having to go defensive to hang on to P5. Through the opening couple of corners, let's see if he's been able to win that particular skirmish. Scott Marsh as well dropped to P4, and ascent to the inside from Lemeray on the inside of Bram van der Vecken. Nicely done at the top end of the hill through 5, now through 6. 3:15 goes through, up into P2. Lap 2 of 12, of course, still a long way to go in this race, and Macaulay Bishop, you don't want to let him get away. We saw that with Zdenek Babacek just a couple of moments ago. You don't want to battle too hard for second, that the race lead starts to slip out of your hands. Some jostling going into turn number 12. You'll see some of the battles emerge as they work their way through turn 13. Probably, arguably, one of the most important corners on the circuit. A long double right-hander that leads you into 14, increasing in radius as you go through, so the track widens up as it's going slightly uphill, then a quick dip downhill on that chase towards turn 16, the paddock hairpin. Incredibly important to get that exit, to get that drive, and that's where the moves can be made. Lap 3 of 12. Van der Vecken, the 396, hunting on the rear end of Lemeray, but the pair of them maybe with the wider objective here to go and chase after the race lead. The move into turn 5 always looks so tempting for these drivers as the one in front tries to open it up as much as possible off the back of turn 4. The inside definitely looks nice and juicy on the left. Scott Marsh now on the back end of Bram van der Vecken. Still with a couple of cut lengths left to chase. Ryan Gandel has been able to dispatch of the rest of that group behind as well. So the fight for P5 largely over. Ryan Gandel, of course, a very, very quick driver. And Bram van der Vecken making a very quick move to the inside. Scott Marsh goes with him through turn 16. Nicely done on Nolan Lemeray, losing 2 positions through that one corner. Very clever driving from Scott Marsh there to use Bram van der Vecken as a bit of a battering ram. The 396 goes through, up back now into second. But again, they don't want to get caught up squabbling over each other. Right now, they're still very close in terms of pace, but they're letting Macaulay Bishop creep away. That gap now about 9/10 of a second as Ryan Gandel, like I was saying, a very quick driver, full of potential. Doesn't always get the fortune in these races, but when he does, he shows how good he is. A 103.0 going the way of the Canadian. Van der Vecken now leads the charge, chasing the world champion. Send down the inside though from Scott Marsh. He's not waiting around. The opportunity arose through turn 12. Van der Vecken tries to launch one back down the inside through 13. Scott Marsh gives him just enough room, but the pinch point there for the 396 sees Scott Marsh now through into second. Slightly defensive into turn 16, a point forward and trying to tell the drivers to work together. Ryan Gandel draws alongside Lemeray out of the final corner, which definitely does feel like a bit more of a corner in these faster senior karts. The exit, that run towards turn number 1, very important. Uphill, through 2, flick into 3, set yourself up nicely for 4 and keep it nice and wide for 5. Send down the inside for Ryan Gandel though, sees the gap. The 315 hangs it nicely around the outside, that's Lemeray. Switchback is there though from the KL Sport machine. Ryan Gandel goes back through into 4th position. So they're squabbling. The fight for second. 1.3 seconds now is the gap to Macaulay Bishop. Very subtle gains, very small progression, but it's working for the Dan Holland Racing kart. Macaulay Bishop dropped to third position in one of the heats yesterday. A battle, of course, and just got caught up in it. One of those things, really, the positioning, you just get unlucky sometimes. But in terms of raw pace, he has been, I don't want to say head and shoulders above the rest, but he has definitely been a clear favourite. Setting the standard himself, to be fair, Jeremy Roivers as well. But Scott Marsh, clever driving, dropped back at the start on the outside of the front row, already worked his way back into second, and right now is consolidating what will be a P3 start for the final later on. As it stands, of course. He just needs to hope that Jeremy Roivers doesn't lose any places in the in pre-final B, because then Scott Marsh will be starting P2 and it would be a lot more hard work if he loses places on the opening lap. So P3, I'd say, is probably the place to be. Definitely on the odd side of the grid, the right-hand side. Gives you the advantage into turn number 1. On to lap 7 of 12. So ticking through these quite quickly. Just a reminder, it's Macaulay Bishop, Scott Marsh, Bram van der Vecken and Ryan Gandor from Nolan Lemeray. That's the top 5. Lewis Gilbert has worked up a few places. Cameron Nelson up 6 places as well into P6 and P7. Thies van Vick, Sver Ubben and Luca Schlegel, the top 10. So keeping us on our toes, you can see the dark blue and the white stripes, the KL Sport. That, of course, Ryan Gandor. After the yellow and black helmet, the Belgian of Bram van der Vecken, his first weekend, of course, in senior competition. Being hunted now by Ryan Gandor, again himself, from memory, his first senior weekend in competition, racing the juniors last year across multitudes of competitions. Did very well in the Ultimate Karting Championship in the UK. Fighting with the likes of, Jacob Ashcroft, Matteo Palazzo, some of the best drivers in British motorsport, so he definitely shows what he can do, especially on a European stage when he comes over to mainland Europe as well. Lap 8 of 12. Macaulay Bishop still leading Scott Marsh, still leading Bram van der Vecken. Following that battle for second now. Van der Vecken stuck between a rock and a hard place. Sent to the inside from Ryan Gandor. That was opportunistic. Spotted the gap, and the race to the apex goes in favour of the Canadian. Did not see that coming. Bram van der Vecken did not see that coming. Ryan Gandor, though, that was calculated. Very aggressive, but right where he needed to be. Now into third position. Keeps him inside the top 8 in the classification as well, crucially. So still opportunity to happen in the final. The winner gets a free ride through the Euro Trophy in 2026. P2 gets 2 rounds paid for. P3 gets the entry fee to the International Trophy at Le Mans. So you really do want to be on the podium for the Winter Cup, to start the season strong and also to continue your season strong as well. Lap 9 of 12, ticking into the final quarter of this race. Some of the biggest gainers in this field. Will Pemble, who we can see just gaining a place on Eva Morris there. Same too with Janssen, up 9 positions. Will Pemble up 4 positions is Janssen. Biggest gainers inside the top 10. Cameron Nelson and Lewis Gilbert, 2 that we always see fight through the pack. Lewis Gilbert especially had some really impressive runs of form through the Thursday heats definitely, and through the Friday ones. Nice to see working up there in P6. Still not inside the top 8 in terms of the overall classification, Lewis Gilbert. Look out for him when we come to the final a bit later on, of course. The final of the weekend. Getting started around about 2:30 this afternoon. Lap 10 of 12. So just 3 laps left to run. Macaulay Bishop still leading Scott Marsh, though the gap has come down ever so slightly. Running remarkably consistent the entirety of the top 3. Ryan Gandor still the one with the fastest lap, a 1:03.040 that he set a number of laps ago. Still on for P2 is Ryan Gandor. He started 4th, he dropped back, he's already done 1 better than his starting position. Now he wants to do 2. Callum Sims has dropped down a few places, the 3:03. The Team Evolution now down into P17, unfortunately. That promotes the likes of Eva Morris, Daniel Kilpatrick, and Michael Soltis up a few places. Penultimate lap of the race about to begin as Macaulay Bishop rounds out another lap. 11 laps completed, 11 laps in the lead. The 368, reigning world champion. Of course, the Bahrain Grand Finals did not disappoint. There was drama, there was chaos, there was excitement at every single turn. It was great to watch. I was trying my best to follow all the action as I possibly could, and if everyone watching on did have a chance to go and watch it. If you haven't already, I definitely would recommend it. Macaulay Bishop capped off a fantastic 2025 campaign by going for it. The 333 though of Scott Marsh, focusing back here at Kart Centre Campillos. Scott Marsh trying to keep P2. Ideally he needs it, because that's going to keep him in front of Austin Lee and hopefully keep him on the odd side of the grid. Bit of a tap there from Ray and Gandor as they both go defensive through turn 16. Van der Vecken still there, ready to strike. One more lap left to go as Macaulay Bishop crosses the line to start the 12th and final lap of Rotax Max Senior Pre-final A. Dart to the inside from Scott Marsh. Ray and Gandor goes with him. Look out for Nolan Lemeray. He gets the up and under, but doesn't quite get the drive to commit through turn number 2. 3, now 4, in towards a golden overtaking opportunity, but Scott Marsh covers it off brilliantly. Dip down through 6 and then you restart the ascent right at the crest of top 8. Now the downhill chase begins. Scott Marsh, the 333, just in front of the blue and the white, the KR Sport of Ray and Gandor. Behind that, Brown Van der Vecken. The 315, that's Nolan Lemeray. Half a lap left to go. Ray and Gandor tries to defend P3. Nolan Lemeray tries to attack for P4. Final lap of the race, final dart towards the paddock hairpin. Scott Marsh trying to assess, is he safe? Ray and Gandor goes defensive. So too does Van der Vecken. No attack to be made through into the penultimate corner. Nolan Lemeray tries to set it up. The checker flag will fly though, and Macaulay Bishop will take victory for the first Senior Rotax Pre-final of 2026. What a drive it's been from him this weekend. Now he's just got one more bit of hard work to do. That's the final later on. Scott Marsh, Ray and Gandor join him on the podium. We'll run you through the full podium in a few moments' time, of course. Well, the full results in a few moments' time, of course. As it stands, well, Macaulay Bishop will be on pole position. Jeremy Rovers, well, the best he can do is P2 alongside him. They're matched now on 4 penalty points apiece. Let's take a look at some of the highlights for that opening Senior Rotax Pre-final. Inside line, of course, for Macaulay Bishop. He was able to consolidate outside for Scott Marsh, the 333. He dropped behind a couple of karts. He was quick to work his way back into contention. It was a very punchy opening few laps for Nolan Lemeray. He would send the move to the inside of turn number 5 on Brown Van der Vecken. Van der Vecken, the same lap, would then fire one down the inside, and Scott Marsh would go with him, starting his ascent back towards the top. This battling though for P2 did allow Macaulay Bishop to start getting away. There was Scott Marsh finding the space through turn number 12. And then the battle would continue as Ray and Gandor got involved. A nice dummy straight to the inside of turn number 7 for Ray and Gandor, as he then started knocking on the door of Brown Van der Vecken and of Scott Marsh. This was a fantastic move, a race to the apex, using the dip to his favour. The checker flag would then wave after a very intense battle for P2. Macaulay Bishop would take victory in Senior Rotax Pre-final A. Still got Pre-final B to go though, of course. With Macaulay Bishop taking victory though in Pre-final A. We'll run you through the results. Scott Marsh, Ray and Gandor, the top 3 from Brown Van der Vecken and Nolan Lemeray, the top 5. Lewis Gilbert, Cameron Nelson, 2 of the biggest gainers inside the top 10 from Tees Van Vick and Dragos Avasol-Cutie. Lucas Schiegel rounding out the top 10. Behind that, of course, you'll have Janssen from Sver Ubben, Eva Morris working her way up into P13. Of course, a fantastic P6 finish yesterday in the final heat. She'll be looking for a bit more in the final. Will Pemble, Hessel, Daniel Kirkpatrick, Theo Eriksson from Schwarzer, Michael Soltis and Callum Sims, who dropped down right at the end of that race, finishes in P20. From Finley Smith, Arnold Saborim, then comes Wilhelm, Marta Spike, Lelang, Caruz, Medina, Svitala, Alfie Litter, and, well, that'll be Gantar, P30, the Slovakian. In P34, Craft Motorsport, and Nyberg, the 31st and final driver to be classified. The Norwegian only getting about, I think, 2 laps into the race. Same to Gantar, the Slovenian, being classified in P30. So 29 finishes from 31 starts, not bad going at all. Of course, we'll see all of these guys back out for the final a bit later on. Next up, though, of course, will be Pre-final B for the Rotax Max Seniors. Got a couple of carts we need to go and, well, I say we, the track staff need to go and collect. I definitely am not. And just ahead of Senior Pre-final B, let's take a look at the story of Senior Rotax this weekend at Campillos. Senior Rotax Pre-final B about to get itself underway, and some fantastic highlights from the series so far this weekend. It has been a cracking way to open up 2026. And, well, we get, well, one more pre-final before the all-important finals this afternoon. My name is Zach Sweeney, bringing you the commentary here at trackside at Kart Centre Campillos. And, of course, you're watching the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup ahead of the 2026 season. It was only a month ago that we crowned the world champions, and a very short turnaround into the new season. Off-seasons definitely do not exist in the world of karting. I can hear some engines firing up, so that shouldn't be too long until we see some go-karts out on circuit. There you can see rolling their way out of the pit lane. And we'll run you through the full grid order in a couple of moments' time. There you can see Jeremy Roivers will start this one on pole position. He needs a victory in order to consolidate a front row start ahead of Austin Lee. Tino Sidler and Will Archer share row number 2 from Matthias Kellerup, and Harry Freeman the front 3 rows. Tatsuya Nakali from Shun Sekiguchi row 4, Sebastian Koch and Vadimirov ran out the top 10. Ison Seng, Freddie Lloyd row 6 from Stolkamane, and Boris Maximov sharing row 7. Charlie Cox and Antoine Lemieux the top 8 rows. Bafna, Cinnabok row 9 from Cody Leputrell, and Merafina the top 20 drivers to take to what is the start of 30 karts here for Senior Rotax Pre-final B. Riga and Lupa share row 11 from Di Pasquale and Quintes. Estevez, Bo Ulrichs from Asvik and Sipos, with Perez and Ferreira rounding out the 30 kart 15 row field for Senior Rotax Pre-final B. Should be a good one. Like I say, Macaulay Bishop, off the back of that victory in Pre-final A, was pretty much untouched and untouchable from the rest of the field. He sits on 4 penalty points and the top of the standings. Jeremy Roivers at best can match that to join him on the front row. Scott Marsh with, well, what was a P2 finish in the end in the previous race, takes 6 penalty points and currently is starting P6. If Austin Lee, of course, the best he can do, provided Jeremy Roivers drops behind him, it's probably going to be about P3 or P4 start for Austin Lee a bit later on. Basically what they want to do is finish as high as possible, so they start as high as possible for the all-important final. There's no championship to the Winter Cup. It's a winner-takes-all in the final. The heats, the pre-finals, all it means is trickling down to set the grid for the final. Then, while the gloves are off, winner-takes-all this afternoon. Of course, the winners of each of our categories, 5 categories, DD2, DD2 Masters, Minimax Junior and Seniors, will all get, the winners will get all 4 rounds of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Cremona, Vackersdorf, Genk and Trinek. Paid for. P2, of course, will get 2 rounds paid for, and P3 will get the round of the International Trophy at Le Mans paid for as well. So some pretty decent prizes to kickstart the 2026 season off. Of course, you've got to be in the Euro Trophy or something adjacent to it in order to get your ticket to the Grand Finals. later on this year. We've lined ourselves up into 15 rows, 30 carts. Jeremy Roivers for Karting Club Campillos alongside the Strawberry Racing of Austin Lee. They've lined themselves up into the tram lines, and for the first attempt, we will go racing. Darting to the inside, the 347 trying to hang on to as high a position as possible, as it's a huge swarm of carts battling for position. Up the hill now, through turns 3, then into 4. A couple of carts go off into the grass, hopefully able to rejoin nice and safely. No major dramas. There's a dip down through turn 7. Now up towards the crest at turn number 8. Looking pretty good. I think Will Archer has been able to gain a couple of positions. Also look out for Austin Lee trying to regain in the Peppermint Livery Strawberry Racing, just there in 3rd position as they negotiate the very technical turn 11 through into turn 12, and ascend for the lead from the 313. That's Tino Sidler going down the inside of Jeremy Roivers. Fantastic from the Swissman. Now the chase begins towards turn 16. The paddock hairpin, the golden overtaking opportunity. Roivers goes defensive. Austin Lee goes defensive with him as well. Then Matthias Kieler up just in behind with a point forward. Very convicting body language as the 347 darts to the inside. The Chaos Sport machine goes with him as well. Matthias Kieler up using the signal to his advantage. Finds the space through turn 1. And just like that, Jeremy Roivers in the span of half a lap has gone from 1st down to 4th position. Lap 2 of 12. It's quite a long race for the senior Rotax. Chase down the hill. Through turn 10. Keep it nice and tidy. All turn 10 is trying to set up turn 11. You're turning and braking at the same time, trying to get the rotation as much as you can. There's a send to the inside from the 321. That's Jeremy Roivers down the inside of turn 12. Tries to limit the damage. Finds his way back through into 3rd position. Tino Sidler is the one that leads. Right now sits P5 in the overall standings. Look out for Sidler. Been a bit of a dark horse this weekend, but could well be punching in the final. Sends to the inside. That is, of course, for P6. That's Vadimirov down the inside of Sebastian Koch, taking 6th away. We see the 2 swap, 387 now in front of the 314. Lap 3 of 12. So we conclude the first quarter of this race on this lap. It's quite a long one. Down the inside, Jeremy Roivers finds a bit of space through turn 7. Over the curb, though, could lose a bit of momentum. And in the end, has to concede to Austin Lee, who is not giving that up without a battle. Meanwhile, Tino Sidler bridges a bit of a gap, now half a second clear from the field. Jeremy Roivers doesn't want to get caught up too much, battling away for second, but he loses sight of the lead. Defensive goes Austin Lee. Not taking any chances, but already consolidating second. I mean, he's got 4 or 5 carts queuing up behind him. And he can see the race leader. Tino Sidler is still attainable. You can see Jeremy Roivers is saying, let's go and catch him. Stop defending, let's go and catch him. Austin Lee is sort of saying, well, I don't trust you. You're telling me to go, you're saying you're going to work with me, and then as soon as I don't defend, you're going to send the move down the inside. Jeremy Roivers, understandably, I'd imagine, getting more and more frustrated, which is only doing Austin Lee less and less favours, because that just means that Roivers is going to put him under more and more pressure. They can get into the lead and try and chase after Tino Sidler, who now leads by over a second. Will Archer, the one with the fastest lap of the race, down in P7, a 103.632. No changes as the majority of the top 10 pretty uniform through turn 11. Tino Sidler's gap, last time they broke the beam, now back under a second. I think Austin Lee has understood the memo and is trying to go and catch Tino Sidler. Austin Lee, of course, a victory would secure a P4 finish, but ideally he wants to keep Roivers behind. That's not going to be the case, as late dart to the inside from the Campillos cart there of Jeremy Roivers, through now into 3rd position, into 2nd position even. Dart there as well. Matthias Kieler up, tries to capitalise, and it's all come undone for Austin Lee. The 347 drops behind 2 carts in 2 corners. Roivers through on Lee, Kieler up through on Lee as well. Really impressed with how Kieler up is using the other drivers to do his hard work. He's waiting behind them, using the likes of Roivers and earlier on the race as well, using another driver just as a bit of a battering ram to say, okay, you open up the gap, I'll follow you through. Sends to the inside, one of them the 301 of Will Archer, fastest lap of the race he set a few moments ago. Shun Sekiguchi was quick to beat that though, a 1:03.592 now is the new standard. Fighting away, Will Archer on the outside of the 387, that's Vadimirov trying to get involved. This Shun Sekiguchi now with the momentum of the fastest lap, finds the space as the Japanese driver. Harry Freeman also getting involved into turn 16. As it all settles itself out, they'll break the beam, they'll start another lap. Jeremy Roivers hunting as we go towards the halfway mark of this race. It's Sidler from Roivers, from Kjellerup, Lee, then comes the two in Lecale, Vadimirov from Shun Sekiguchi, Sebastian Koch, then comes Will Archer and Harry Freeman to rack up the top 10. Jeremy Roivers a 1:02.2 that last lap. He was not messing around, taking 5/10 out of Tino Sidler that lap alone. All he had to do was get through on Austin Lee, and now he's showcasing his true pace. Tino Sidler could be in trouble soon, could be under a bit of pressure very soon. The important thing now for Jeremy Roivers is to use that momentum. He doesn't want to bog behind Tino Sidler, doesn't want to involve Kjellerup in, because of course the pair of them racing with KL Sport. Jeremy Roivers sandwiched between the two of them. Doesn't want to stall behind, needs to use this momentum, needs to overtake as soon as possible. I'm sure he knows that. On to lap 7 of 12, over half distance. Tino Sidler flicking it through the opening couple of corners incredibly quick. I think flat in quali, a slight lift in the race. 3.5, now 6. The 3.13, the KL Sport leading the blue, the yellow and the white, the karting club Campillos. The Lando Norris kart of Jeremy Roivers, the 3.21. Now closing in with some very impressive speed is Jeremy Roivers. As it stands now, tied on points with Scott Marsh in terms of the penalty point rankings going into the final. Meanwhile, Kjellerup using this opportunity to try and reel in, get back into the conversation for the lead. Just a handful of laps left to go, 5 at the line. (16-17), still an overtaking opportunity is 17. There's a bit of a dip at the apex, and of course when you open up from the low speed of 16, the inside definitely becomes quite tempting. Tino Sidler under pressure, Jeremy Roivers pushing him now very hard, but he's dropped his pace, matching that of Tino Sidler, running about 0.4 of a second slower, but the gap opens up. Jeremy Roivers takes the lead of the race. Tino Sidler has to drop and concede there. Not really much he could do. Jeremy Roivers spotted the gap and executed the overtake fantastically. On lap 8 of 12, Jeremy Roivers is back into the race lead of the Senior Rotax Pre-final B. Setting himself up through 13. Apply that power, don't let the car slip out too much as you then run towards the paddock hairpin at turn 16. Tino Sidler trying his best to stay with him, try and stay in that slipstream. He's overtaken him once before. That's before Jeremy Roivers got fired up behind Austin Lee. Now he's feeling racy, now he's going to try and get away. The wind's not overly strong, so the slipstream effect may be limited. Still definitely going to be feeling it. Matthias Kjellerup though, on the back of his teammate. How much of the 2KR Sport's going to be working together here? Is Kjellerup going to be driving his own race? He's not inside the top 8 in terms of the overall standings, but is fighting very highly in this pre-final B against some very good competition. Arguably maybe pre-final A, you could say, is the harder pre-final to be in. The pre-final B has no shortage of talent. Sidler, Roivers, Austin Lee, who has been very, very strong this weekend. Lap 9 of 12, so just 3 to go at the line. Roivers from Sidler, from Kjellerup. Campillos from the 2KR Sports, trying to chase that home victory and what it would mean. 2026 season started off probably the best way possible if Jeremy Roivers is able to go the distance. Keller looking very tidy on the rear end of Tino Sidler, looking very close to the rear end of Tino Sidler as well. So the 353, that's of course Keller, the Dane, versus of course the Swiss of Tino Sidler just in front of him. Two teammates of course with KR Sport. And just 2 laps left to go at the line. 2.5 laps left to go in pre-final. Be the final pre-final of the RMC Winter Cup before we head to the all-important finals this afternoon. Pretty spaced out, the top 3. Not much going on between them. A couple of kart lengths beginning to spread out between Roivers and Sidler as we head on to the penultimate lap of racing, lap 11 of 12. Keller now has to make a decision. Is Roivers still attainable, or is he going to go for the move on Tino Sidler? He sat behind him for quite some time. Jeremy Roivers setting the fastest lap of the race that last time through. And what are probably going to be some very toasty tyres. 103.225, showcasing what he could do. Back to what he was running when he was chasing Tino Sidler. Now he's trying to get away from him. He's able to run even quicker. One lap left to go when we cross the line. Jeremy Roivers will head us on to lap 12 of 12. For the final pre-final of the 2026 RMC Winter Cup. Senior Rotax, Jeremy Roivers trying to hang on to that front row start. The 2KR Sports, could they be doing battle on this final lap? Of course, Tino Sidler, as it stands, starting P6. Matthew van der Vecken and 17 penalty points apiece. A lot you can do from that part of the grid. So all eyes really to that final this afternoon. I cannot wait for the 4 finals that we've got just after the lunch break. Jeremy Roivers now sits 3/4 of a second clear of the other 2 contenders for the lead. So just got to keep it tidy for a couple more corners for Jeremy Roivers to take the victory here. On home soil, he's done it through the heats. He's now going to do it in one of the pre-finals as well. And it goes to a showdown in the final. Jeremy Roivers sees the checker flag, takes victory for Senior Rotax pre-final B with Tino Sidler and Matthias Keller joining him on that podium. Austin Lee, Shinseki Gucci, the top 5. We'll run you through the full results very shortly. As you can see, a huge 3-wide drag race in contact after the line. The 327 of Quintes gets shoved around there. That was a battle for, well, it was 4 cards. It was Estevez, Lemieux versus Quintes and Cinnabon. 4 cards separated by about a 1/10 across the line. Not much in it by any stretch of the imagination. So the pre-finals have set us up very well for the final this afternoon. We'll run you through the results once everyone has crossed the line and they're confirmed, and of course run you through the highlights now. Jeremy Roivers holding firm on the right-hand side of the grid. Outside, of course, of Austin Lee, dropped back a little bit, but was able to fire one down the inside very quickly of Jeremy Roivers. Tino Sidler was one to go with him. Same to Matthias Keller. So the early momentum not in favour of Jeremy Roivers, but once he got his head back in the game, he was locked in and was carving through the positions. A failed attempt there at the top end of turn 8, but would very quickly find his way back through on the 347 after, well, laps of trying to work with Austin Lee. Matthias Keller would quickly follow suit and find a way through on the Strawberry Racing machine. And then Tino Sidler would be under attack very shortly. Jeremy Roivers fired one to the inside of turn number 5, and from that point on did not look back. Would see the checker flag first and would take victory for the final pre-final of the 2026 RMC Winter Cup. We'll run you through the results like I say, but Jeremy Roivers is looking very strong heading into the final this afternoon. Tino Sidler and Matthias Kjellert for KR Sport will join him on that pre-final podium. Behind that, Austin Lee. Shunsuke Kiguchi, who was looking very quick, the Japanese driver, rounds out the top 5. Will Archer, Vladimirov, Harry Freeman, Isun Seng and Charlie Cox rounding out the top 5. Strawberry Racing having a very good day in Senior Max. Behind that, you'll have the drivers finishing P11 down to P20. Of course, Charlie Cox rounding out the top 10. Tua Nakali finishing P11. Burj Maximov, P12 from Stolkemain, Estevez, Lemieux, Quintes and Cinnabok, all of whom had a photo finish to the line. Freddie Lloyd, Sebastian Koch and Merafina, the top 20. Riga, Bafna from Lupa, Cody Luputrell and Sipos finishing inside the top 25 from Giacomo Di Pasquale, Bo Ulrichs, Perez Ferreira and Asvik, the 30th and final driver to be classified, unfortunately, a DNF at that 7 laps into that race, was 5 laps down on the rest of the field. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap it up for the pre-finals as we look and anticipate the finals in about an hour's time. We'll start with the DD2s, of course, and DD2 Masters, before then to the Minimax, to the Juniors, and then to the Senior Rotaxes. 4 finals this afternoon. Have a fantastic lunch break, and we'll see you in about an hour. It's time for the finals of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Kart Center Campillos. First up, we've got the DD2 and the DD2 Masters for a 14-lap showdown to decide who gets their full ride through the 2026 Euro Trophy. Well, I, for one, certainly cannot wait. As we anticipate, of course, like I say, 14 laps. And the likes of Antoine Barbaro and Wout Kerstens doing battle on the front row of the field. We'll run through the grid, of course, in a few moments' time once everyone is ready. DD2 has been an absolute, well, melee out on circuit. It's been incredibly close, incredibly competitive, and it's all been boiling down to these 14 laps. Like I say, the winner will get their full season of the Euro Trophy paid for. P2 will get 2 rounds of the 4 rounds paid for, and P3 will get the round of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. Again, their entry fee will be covered. So a lot to play for and some very nice trophies to be given out as well, of course, for DD2. Let's take a look, of course, as to how things racked up coming in to the final. Well, as you have seen, it has been very exciting in DD2 and in DD2 Masters. The fastest class of the 4 that we've got here this weekend. Like I say, for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. If you are now just joining us, it's a perfect time to be doing so. 4 finals coming up over the course of the next 2 hours or so. Again, to decide the Winter Cup champions. Those that will get their full ride of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy paid for when we start in a couple of months at Cremona, battling through Wackersdorf, Genk, and of course ending the season at Trinec in September. It should be an absolute cracker of a 2026 season. 2025 definitely was. Of course, we crowned our champions a few months ago in Sarno, and a month ago we crowned our world champions in Bahrain. Of course, it's a long way off that yet, only in the it's still early January, but a good way to kickstart the 2026 season, and what a way it has been. A very short break, like I say, it was only just over a month ago that they were out in Bahrain fighting for the World Championship, so they only had a couple of weeks break before they were straight back out into mainland Europe into some testing. But moments away from getting DD2 and DD2 Masters underway, of course, all sharing the same grid. 3 DD2 Masters that will be taking to the start, and of course 15 DD2s to be battling for that podium spot. Should be about a couple of moments or so before we get what will be 2 formation laps underway. There you can see just behind the track map that will be racing around Kart Center Campillos, the venue that has given us so many fantastic races thus far today. Through the pre-finals, there you can see the grid girls now making their way off the circuit, which tells me that we are going to be going racing very shortly. Rolling start for these guys, so they get that 2 formation lap. And get this one underway. The first of 4 finals around the 1.58 kilometer circuit of Campillos. Undulating, camber here, there, and everywhere. Fantastic venue to kick off what should be a fantastic season of racing for Rotax Max Challenge. Of course, we'll run you through the grid once they get themselves rolling, but I can tell you for free that it'll be Antoine Barbaro that will be starting on pole position, that blue and white kart on the left-hand side of your screen, sharing the front row with the Dems Racing Wout Kerstens just on the right-hand side of your screen in that blue, yellow, black and white liveried kart. Those 2 have been doing battle for the best part of the weekend. Barbaro, though, is coming into this arguably as the favourite, I would say. I say arguably, comfortably as the favourite. A few people, though, to look out for. Len Nyes was very impressive through the pre-final. Looks very, very quick. Same to Vicente Marquez, who's starting just behind. You can see the 407 with the sort of the light green and the white liveried car. Could also be very quick, the Spaniard, as they roll on to their formation lap now. Get those tyres up to temperature, and we'll run you through the grid. 18 carts will be taking to this start. And a very picturesque sunny day, to be fair. A little bit windy, a little bit nippy. Quite chilly, quite cold, but all in all, not too bad. Antoine Barbaro will be starting the first final of 2026 from pole position from Wout Kershins on the front row. Vicente Marquez and Len Nye share row number 2 from Ragnar Virus and Nicholas Pico on row 3. Pico, of course, in DD2 Masters, and our 2025 Euro Trophy DD2 champion of Campillos shares it with the Latvian Uvusakov on row 4. Nicholas Guillaume and Vilkan round out the top 10 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Behind that, of course, we'll have the 6th row of the field, with Hernandez and Gutierrez making an all-Spaniard 6th row. Cusack Pico will be P2 in the DD2s and start 13th overall from Saborin. Casalderi, who had some issues and a tyre coming off in the pre-final earlier on, stay alongside Videra on row number 8. Conciems and De Brandt round out the 9th row of the field. Of course, Conciems in the DD2 Masters category. 3 of those that will be taken to the grid, and Nicholas Pico in prime position to be going forward. Finished P3 overall earlier on in the pre-final, and comfortably taking the victory in his respective class. Like I say, a big hello and welcome to anyone that is now just joining us. If you are literally now tuning in, perfect timing. We're on the 2nd formation lap. We'll be about to get this race underway, the first final of 2026. My name is Zach Sweeney, bringing you the action from the commentary box. And the last time I was commentating on a Rotax event was the UKC in the UK. Before that was the 2025 Euro Trophy finale at Sarno. I've been very excited to get back to it with Rotax. This field always gives us some excitement, some drama, some chaos. Any adjective you want to throw into the mix probably will fit at some point with how these fields race. Incredibly competitive. With Antoine Barbaro on pole position, Wout Kershins, I mean, on the outside of the front row, that could be quite tricky. We've seen before that the outside of the front row isn't the most advantageous place to be. He might fall back into the pack, so look out for Vicente Marquez, P3, directly behind our pole sitter of Antoine Barbaro, to maybe make some early moves. Really needs to pressurise the Frenchman in the early phase of this race, though. Otherwise, the Frenchman, I fear, will probably just be running away with things. Rounding through the final corner, though, Antoine Barbaro, Wout Kershins, the front row, as we anticipate the beginning of the opening final of 2026, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup, DD2 and DD2 Masters. The lights on the gantry go out, and we go racing up in towards turn number 1. A good start from Vicente Marquez, up into 3rd, now up into the lead of the race as well. Straight through on Antoine Barbaro. Nicely done from the Spaniard. Punchy right at the beginning, now towards the top end of the hill. Nicholas Pico trying to go around the outside and find his way up in a 4th position. That's not quite going to work in the Sodi Cup machine. Now at the very top of the hill at turn 8, dipping down through into the chase of turn 9. Antoine Barbaro drops to 2nd. Wout Kershins drops to 3rd position, just in front of Len Nye's the 417. The Belgian driver driving, of course, for Shepherd's Racing Service. Now in towards turn number 12. 14 laps of racing, the longest race of any of our categories, the longest race they've had all weekend as well. Vicente has put himself in a very good position here, but now he's got a long road ahead of him, a long mountain to climb if he wants to come out on top in this final, and of course get that ticket, the free entry to the entirety of the 2026 Euro Trophy. Now as we round up the opening lap, the timing screens will update. The 407 of Vicente Marquez will lead Antoine Barbaro, but for how much longer? As he's darting to the inside, Vicente trying everything he possibly can to keep Barbaro at bay. Wout Kershins is up there in 3rd position. Let's take a replay, of course, as to how they got underway right at the beginning. In fact, no, we won't. We'll come straight back to the action. But it was a rocket ship of a start. Len Nye's rocketing down the inside. Nicholas Pico going to capitalise. He goes up into P3 overall. Len Nye's goes through on Wout Kershins to take 3rd. Meanwhile, the fight at the front still rages on. It's Barbaro versus Marquez. In towards turn number 12, defensive goes the 407, trying to hang on desperately to this lead. It's only lap 2 of 14. He's got to do what he's just done 6 more times to be able to hang on to this victory. It's going to be a tough ask, a big mountain to climb, like I said. And Barbaro darts to the inside immediately. As soon as an opportunity arises, he's through. Marquez tries to get the up and under through the penultimate corner at turn 17, but to no avail. Now gets the drive through 17, ducking underneath at 18. It's a drag race, really, towards turn number 1. Who's got the straight line speed? Vicente doesn't quite have enough to go for a move. So they begin the ascend up the hill through 3. Now at turn number 4, Barbaro back into the race lead where he started. Nicholas Pico, that 5:17, he got no part in this race at all. He's winning DD2 Masters. He gets his ticket through the Euro Trophy. But right now he's just vying for overall position. He can see 2 carts in front of him. He wants to get involved. Really showed up today on Saturday, his Pico. Of course, he's always dominant in the Masters category. But this weekend, he's really showing up with some of the DD2s down the inside of Marquez. Marquez gets back underneath the 5:17. Pico goes through into second. Now the case is, can he chase down Antoine Barbaro? Can he get through on the Frenchman? And a tap of the helmet there from Pico just to say, work with me. We're not in the same race. I'd like to win overall. So maybe use me as a little bit of a battering ram. Use my slipstream. Let's try and close back into Antoine Barbaro. So, lap 4 now we begin. Lap 3 in the books. Barbaro from Pico, Marquez, Len Nyes, Valkershins, the top 5 from Jakob Bežel, the 2025 Euro Trophy champion. Usakovs. And then comes Vilkans, Guillaume, and Ragnar Virus, the top 10. Unfortunate for Ragnar Virus there. Dropping in behind a couple of people. Usakovs through on Valkershins, who's dropped down even further from the front row of the field. Not been at all what the poleman from Thursday would have wanted. Barbaro now starting to stretch his legs, stretch his advantage. Nicholas Pico needs to turn up the wick a little bit, find a bit more pace to get after him. He's pulling away from Vicente Marquez just in behind. A good initial start, but well, of course for Marquez, I think just the momentum running out a little bit. And Barbaro's ruthless consistency coming through into the limelight. Now he's going to be challenged by Pico. How much of a battle does he put up against Pico when the Frenchman gets to him? Does he let him through and not risk battling, or does he try and keep a cart between himself and Marquez? If, of course, the Sodi cart is able to close in. Barbaro, of course, in the Lando Norris cart. The blue and the white liveried, being chased down by the Sodi cart. There you can see it's a Sodi on the front, but the orange, white and the black. That's Nicholas Pico in DD2 Masters. So the top 2 overall are the 2 leaders in both DD2 and in DD2 Masters. 2 separate races technically going on at the same point here. The other 2 in DD2 Masters, Cusack Pico and Carl Siems. The 5:33 and the 5:09 currently running in P15 and P13. Carl Siems makes a move, goes through on Gutierrez, up into what is now 14th overall. Gets him directly behind the DD2 Masters competitor of Cusack Pico. Of course, right now, Carl Siems is getting that free entry into the International Trophy. Cusack Pico is getting free entry into 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy. Also, prizes aside, you want to finish second and not third, don't you? It's an extra position. Antoine Barbaro with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:02.532. Slightly quicker than Nicholas Pico, nearly a 10th quicker than the Frenchman that last time through, who himself was about a 10th quicker than Marquez behind. Len Nyes about a 10th slower than that. So right now, the race has mellowed out a little bit. Lap 6 of 14. So still not even halfway through this race yet. Still a lot can happen. Antoine Barbaro, I mean, he's been near faultless all weekend. This would be, you know, a 5th consecutive victory. You know, you could go as far as to say, yes, it's a very cherry-picked statistic, but he'd be undefeated in 2026. Fair enough, it's only one event in, but the fact that he's been able to do the sweep through the heats, through the pre-final, now in the final, looks comfortably clear of the rest of the pack. Of course, still half the race to go. Still a lot can go wrong, but in terms of pace, in terms of Barbaro's driving, a 1:02.4. He's bashing them out left, right, and centre. Taking no prisoners out on circuit. Nicholas Pico trying his best to stay with him, but at the end of the day, he's winning his respective race as well. Vicente Marquez there in 3rd, did lead the race for some part of this. Lost it down the inside of turn 16, where Barbaro was able to capitalise and, well, find a way through. Look out for Len Nyes, Jakob Bežel, who P5 at the moment. I think that's the highest that we've seen, the Czech driver. So a podium could still be on here for Jakob Bežel. Of
of course, our Euro Trophy champion. As they send down the inside there, that's Len Nyes on the inside of Marquez. Through the final corner, race to the apex, nicely done from the Belgian. Here comes Marquez on home soil. The Spaniard draws alongside, up the hill through turn number 1, but around the outside goes the 417. Here comes our reigning European champion of Jakob Bejel. He's able to capitalise. He goes through on Marquez as well. Kerstens is there, still involved. So this is a four-way battle for the final space on the podium. Technically P2 in the DD2s. So right now they're fighting for 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy. And of course the slightly nicer trophy. On to what is lap 8 of 14, so firmly over half distance now in this race. Barbaro comfortably leading, nearly a second clear of Pico, the 2 leaders then of the respective categories. Then comes Len Nyes, Jakob Bejel and Vicente Marquez, 4th and 5th. Len Nyes leading this train. There you can see him in the slightly darker grey and red Cut Republic chassis. Now through turn number 1 goes the 417. Being chased by Jakob Bejel, who would love to start his 2026 European campaign exactly where he left off in 25. Wrapped up the championship in Sano. Got his ticket, of course, to Bahrain. Barbaro finishing P4 there this year, by the way. Or, well, last year, technically. Well, I said technically. It was last year. Did a great job with the opportunity. Would, of course, like to get himself onto that podium this year if he can make it all the way. It's a long way in the future, nearly a whole year in advance. But it all starts right here with the Winter Cup. The Euro Trophy through the national trophies. Five laps left to go, lap 10 of 14. Barbaro leading Pico, leading Len Nyes, leading Jakob Bejel, leading Vicente Marquez, Wout Kerstens, from Vilkens, Guillaume, Ragnar Virus, Usakov's the top 10. Keeping it nice and tidy so far. Really impressed with Len Nyes and his driving. Quite a dark horse through the heats, was there or thereabouts in terms of fighting for podium positions. Really turned up the wick today though, was mightily impressive through the pre-final. And a fantastic move down the inside of the final, the penultimate corner for Len Nyes. Really decisive on the brakes, really just cutthroat in his decision making, catching Vicente Marquez off guard. And that then allowed Jakob Bejel, using his champion's experience, to find a way through as well. Now they're consolidating these positions a little bit. Bit of a stalemate reached, the gap starting to spread out a little bit. Because right now, Barbaro 1.4 seconds clear of Pico. Pico nearly a second clear of Len Nyes. Jakob Bejel is applying a little bit of pressure, but he's not quite close enough just yet. 4 laps to go, lap 11 of 14. Guillaume versus Vilkens, they've swapped over for 7th and 8th position. So too Hernandez finding a way through on Saborin. .5 seconds now is the gap. Barbaro leads Pico. 2.5 seconds is the gap. Barbaro leads the next closest DD2. Of course, of Len Nyes, who were following there, tracking as they battle through turn 13. Of course, especially in these direct drives, trying to get that power down on the exit of turn 13 while you're constantly having to still turn through a increasing radius corner. Quite an early apex. And you're already at a fairly slow speed off the back of turn 12 anyway. So traction, I'm sure, is probably something they're battling with. But the exit, that much more important. Onto the pit straight once more. 3 laps left to go, lap 12 or 14 before we wrap up the opening final of the day. Looking out the commentary box window, and you can just about make it out on the broadcast as well. just the sheer gap between Barbaro. There he is, already out of picture. Len Nye is only then just going through the turn at 13. Len Nye is reeling in Nicholas Pico though. Gap under a second because Pico is losing a lot of time on Barbaro. On the back end of the 405, that's Campillos, that's Marquez going for the move to the inside of turn 17. That's him back through into what is now P3. Here comes Special though, firing one back down the inside. They nearly rub wheels into turn number 1. And Campillos goes back through. Just when he was overtaken, the European champion finds the space and goes through again. But the counter-attack is on. Vicente Marquez through once more into 3rd position. Valkershins getting involved. Penultimate lap of the race, lap 13 of 14. Len Nye looks comfortable to take 2nd in DD2. Antoine Barbaro looks unfazed to go faultless. Undefeated this weekend, up in front. But who's going to join him on the podium? Will it be Campillos? Will it be Marquez? Through turn 13 for the penultimate time. Right now, Marquez literally and proverbially in the driver's seat. But it could go any which way between these three. One more lap of racing for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters Final. At the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup, Barbaro leads them on. Nicholas Pico dominant in DD2 Masters. He looks unchallenged. Len Nye seems pretty comfortable in 2nd. Less than 1.5 kilometers still to negotiate. Marquez, one hand on that P3 trophy just now. But, I mean, all the attention has to be on Antoine Barbaro. Surely, the week that he's had, fair enough, he missed out on pole, but he still qualified P3. And in every single heat, he got the launch, he got the drive, he did all of the work. Undefeated through 3 heats, a pre-final. And with now just a couple of corners left to go, potentially the final as well. 2.4 seconds clear of Nicholas Pico. A French 1 and 2, and both leaders in their respective categories. There is our race leader, the 406, Antoine Barbaro. The checkered flag flies for the first time in 2026. A final is won, and Antoine Barbaro takes victory in DD2. Nicholas Pico takes the victory in the Masters. Len Nye takes P2 in DD2. And Vicente Marquez completes the DD2 podium. Campillos completes the overall top 5 from Valkershins. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. What a race. And what a weekend it's been for Antoine Barbaro. I mean, it's, yeah, faultless. Domination defined from the 406. Comfortably the quickest, and maybe on a couple of occasions he fell behind. Let's take a look back. Antoine Barbaro would get away well. So too would Vicente Marquez, would also get the drive up the hill through turn number 1 to take momentarily the lead of the race. Len Nye and Campillos, so too Nicholas Pico would be making some moves. So there was Pico through on the inside of Marquez after Barbaro was able to find a way through and retake the lead. Pico would do no more than 2nd, but still take victory in DD2 Masters. Inside line would get taken from Len Nye through the penultimate corner. That would see him up into what was at the time P2 in DD2. So too Marquez would do the exact same thing to Campillos just a few laps later to try and consolidate 3rd place. Campillos, of course, would come back through, and then Vicente Marquez would say absolutely not. Textbook move through turn number 5. The checker flag would fly, and for the first final in 2026, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion is Antoine Barbaro. In a moment's time, I'll be running down to the podium to do the presentation. Of course, I'll see you in a few moments' time down there, but we'll be announcing the top 3 of each of the categories, DD2 and in DD2 Masters. Of course, they'll get their trophy and their ticket as well. The winner, Antoine Barbaro, gets a full ride through the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. I'll see you in a moment when I run down to the podiums. of the results, and then we'll be able to get this podium underway. We've got all three of our DD2s down by the podium. Again, just waiting for the final confirmation that we'll be able to get these guys done and dusted. Of course, big congratulations to each of the three. Be able to give them their trophies very, very shortly, of course. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in and watching along the first final of 4 in the books. We've got Minimax coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Shouldn't be too much longer. Then when everyone is ready, we should be able to get these guys up, out and onto the podium. And now we'll be able to call each of our drivers onto the podium, starting with DD2 and in P3, Vicente Marquez. And in P2, Len Nyes. And the winner for the first final in 2026, your Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion, Antoine Barbaro. And now we get to give each of our drivers their trophies. First, the third position trophy to Vicente Marquez. And the second place trophy to Len Nyes. And the winner's trophy presented to Antoine Barbaro. A nice bonus of being a privateer is he also gets the team trophy as well. And for the team trophy, Antoine Barbaro. Of course, some pretty nice prizes on offer for each of our 3 drivers. Of course, we'll be presenting the tickets to them all now. Of course, third place, and Vicente Marquez gets himself a ticket for the RMC International Trophy. Big congratulations to Len Nyes, of course, P2 at the end of the race, and free entry to 2 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. And finally, to our winner, Antoine Barbaro, free entry to the entire season of the Euro Trophy. And for now, the anthem of France. Big congratulations to each of our DD2 podium sitters. Give it up for Vicente Marquez, Len Nyes, and Antoine Barbaro. The first final of 2026 into the books. We've crowned our first champion. Of course, next up we'll be having the DD2 Masters in a few moments' time. Just waiting, of course, for final results confirmation. And we'll be able to get these guys up onto the podium. should be about a moment or two, and they'll be able to do it all over again. All 3 trophies. The team trophy, of course, to Nicholas Pico, who is a privateer, so he gets it himself as well. And then the trophies and the tickets out to each of our DD2 Masters drivers. Now coming over with confirmation, so we'll be able to get this podium ceremony underway in just a moment. And we'll get started right away in P3 after 14 laps of battling. Waiting for one more moment for the flags to update on the podium. And they'll be able to get the podium ceremony underway, of course. French 1 and 2. A brilliant race that it was. And now for DD2 Masters in P3, Ricard Campillos. In P2, a fantastic drive from Vivian Cusack-Pico. And finally, your DD2 Masters final race winner from France, Nicholas Pico. And now the trophies presented to each of our drivers. First up, 3rd position, Ricard Campillos. The 2nd place trophy presented to Vivian Cusack-Pico. And our winner's trophy presented to Nicholas Pico. And as well, bonus of being a privateer, he also gets himself the team trophy presented to Nicholas Pico. And now we get to hand out the tickets and the prizes to each of the DD2 Masters. First up, a ticket for the RMC International Trophy to Ricard Campillos. Secondly, a ticket for 2 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy to Vivian Cusack-Pico. And finally, free entry into all 4 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy to our race winner, Nicholas Pico. And now for the national anthem, once again, of France. And now, after we've completed the podium ceremony for our first final of 2026, DD2 and DD2 Masters have been crowned. Barbaro and Pico, a big congratulations to you. But let's take a look at our next final. It's time for Minimax. One final down and still 3 to go. It's time for the Minimax Final, and this one is cooking up for something special. Speaking of cooking, Joshua Cook will be starting this one on pole position, pardon the pun, as he has been near faultless all weekend. Victorious through the heats and in the pre-final as well. He is coming into this as the prime favourite, but look out, because there are some serious contenders on this grid. Moments away from getting these guys rolling, and looking forward to it. It's still sunny here in Campillos, now 10 degrees Celsius, slightly less chilly, and to be fact, actually quite mild. It's not too bad. I was down there with a hoodie. It's all right. It does the job. Not too bad, and perfect conditions for us to be going racing as the Minis are now rolling off for 2 formation laps ahead of an 8-lap Minimax Final to crown our Winter Cup champion. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. It's Joshua Cook and Austin Oman that share the front row of the grid, from Logan Rolfe and Mick Klinkers, row number 2. Oscar Kenny, who is making some big moves in the pre-final, starts alongside Sebastian Behrman, Casper McAllister and Martin Lappan ahead of Oliveira and Lockhart, completing the top 10. Behind that, we'll have row number 6, and that's occupied by Jackson Hilton and Harris Barber. Behind that, Murphy and Malik. Doyle rounds out the top 15 from the Latvian of Os. Peter Fulbrickhammer, Manzi on his debut in European karting from Sanchez, the top 20. And a very lonely Andre Marin, who will be starting from P21. Like I say, 8 laps of racing ahead of us. Be very exciting. Joshua Cook, Austin Oman, that front row. I mean, Austin Oman in the pre-final, the 111 on the left-hand side of the grid, the right-hand side of your screen as they'll roll through the picture. Didn't get the best of launches, dropped back quite significantly, I think as low as P6, fought his way back through. Joshua Cook under pressure for the best part of the race. The people like Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Behrman all getting involved. Then a 3-car collision. A couple of people out of contention. So looking forward to the conclusion of the Minimax Winter Cup, of course ahead of the Euro Trophy that will be beginning in a couple of months' time, mid-March, when we head to Cremona. Italy springtime should be nice and warm. So a big event to be looking forward to. So far, so good, though. In terms of the racing that we've seen today, it's been clean, it's been tidy, but it has also been quite exciting. DD2 and DD2 Masters wrapped up their 14-lap bouts. Anton Barbaro took victory, Nicholas Pico victory in DD2 Masters. Now, who's going to be the Minimax? Some of the oldest drivers have gone. Now we've got the youngest on the grid. Joshua Cook, Austin Oman. There you can see the KL Sport machine just on the right-hand side of the circuit. It's now sort of the left-hand side of your screen. That's our pole sitter. Alongside him, the Sam Pollitt Racing 111 of Austin Oman. 8 laps of racing. They've done their formation lap. It's been a week-long affair. The break is over. 2026 and the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup for Minimax about to truly get underway with the final. To decide it all, to decide who gets the ticket. Foot to the floor. Lights out and we go racing. Joshua Cook, a great launch. Mick Clinkers darting out of the traffic to try and find some space. Now we begin the ascent up towards turn number 5. So far so good for our pole sitter, not so good for Austin Oman as he's dropping through the pack as they ascend up the hill. Bit of a dip back down through turn number 6. But Joshua Cook able for now to hold on. Just in behind that, I think that's Logan Rolfe for Chaos Sport. So a Chaos Sport 1 and 2 so far in the minis. Austin Oman was able to limit the damage and settle in behind in P3. I think Sebastian Behrman has not had the same luxury. He started P6. I think he's dropped down in the pack. Austin Oman goes for a ascent to the inside of turn number 12. Finds his way back in a second place and ahead of Logan Rolfe. Now the chase towards turn number 16. Joshua Cook up in front. Austin Oman now in second. The establishment of the previous order now there, but Austin Oman under a little bit of investigation from the stewards. He knows he's under investigation. He can see it on the gantry. He's just got to focus his eyes forward. He's got to go for that race lead. It might not be a penalty. He's got to consider it. Just drive. He's definitely got the pace in order to go in with this race. If anyone can defeat Joshua Cook, Austin Oman can. But I mean, Cook has just been on fire. Similar level of dominance. Reminds me of Akanji Yaren. Of course, very recently in the minis, I think he's moving up to juniors this year. Incredibly dominant in the world of minis. In fact, last year it was his mission to go and collect as many grand final tickets as possible. I think he got up to about 4 or 5 in the end. Joshua Cook, I mean, seeing this similar level from greats of Minimax in the past, and cannot wait to see what he can go and achieve. But let's see what he can achieve today. Will it be victory, or will Austin Oman be able to thwart the attack and go for the move? He finds the space inside line through turn 16, 2 by 2 as the 148 of Oscar Kenny gets involved. Straight back down the inside comes Joshua Cook. Austin Oman with the switchback. Now a drag race. Austin Oman definitely has got some good straight line speed. The 148 pulls out with him as well. Joshua Cook stuck on the outside lane. He drops from first, now to 5th. Austin Oman into the lead. Oscar Kenny goes with him in the 148. And also Logan Rolfe trying to fire one down the inside of turn number 5. Around the outside though goes the 148 Hunter Motorsport machine. Oscar Kenny able to hang on, gives the 132 a squeeze. Logan Rolfe not backing out with the battle. Mick Clinkers gets involved as well in the 107, but can't quite facilitate a move. Austin Oman able to use this as a bit of leverage to start getting away. Could it all be coming undone for Joshua Cook? He's straight on the attack, down the inside of turn number 12. Sebastian Behrman, I think that is, goes with him. The 137 follows through. The driver that's been undefeated thus far. Lap 3 of 8 already ticking closer and closer to half distance. It's a short final in Minimax. Down the inside goes Sebastian Behrman, that's on Joshua Cook. Behrman, you can definitely count on coming through the field. He went from 7th to 2nd in 2 of the heats. He's fighting towards the sharp end and has now climbed his way up in a 4th place. Still plenty of race still to run. Lap 4 of 8. Austin Oman from Logan Rolfe, from Oscar Kenny, Sebastian Behrman and Joshua Cook, the top 5. I think this is the lowest position that we've seen Joshua Cook in all weekend. Down the inside he goes on Sebastian Behrman. He climbs back up to 4th place. Can't get too caught up battling away with other people though. He needs to have his targets focused forward. Limit that time loss with these battles. Maybe confident that he's quicker than Behrman and can get after the top 3 by himself. Definitely seems to be the case, but a bit of a mistake there through turn 11 brings Behrman right back alongside. That wheel to wheel as they approach turn 11. He's almost made it 3 wide there. Behrman very late on the brakes, getting involved. Mick Clinkers and Hilton as well. That's a battle that's not going to be decided lightly. Through turn 13, Joshua Cook drops in behind. Then also got Jackson Hilton, that's Casper McAllister in the 156 as well, closing in. Our race leaders keeping it nice and tidy. Austin Oman driving brilliantly. Slight bit of contact, front left to rear right there from Joshua Cook to the rear end of Sebastian Behrman. Now the top 3, thanks to that battling, have been able to bridge a little bit of a gap onto that 5 of 8. The 107 Mick Clinkers. He finds a way through. He's now into 4th position. Of course, it's only the podium that matter. No championship points on offer. It's do or die here in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Austin Oman right now is taking that free entry into each of the 4 RMCT rounds. Logan Rolfe getting 2. Oscar Kenny getting the international trophy ticket. Just 3 laps left to go at the line. Oman's gap coming down a little bit. Fastest lap of the race, by the way. Mick Klinkers once again. He's had the fastest lap in a good number of these races this weekend. It's a 1:08.327. Consistently running there or thereabouts with the pace. Last time through, though, personal best for Austin Oman and a personal best for Logan Rolfe. It was about a 10th and a half quicker than what Austin Oman was able to set onto the 6th of 8 laps. Top 3 keeping each other very honest indeed. New fastest lap of the race though, Joshua Cook, 1:08.280. Still there in P5. He's got to dispatch of Mick Klinkers and maybe work with the Flying Dutchman who finished P2 in the Italian Euro Cup last season. Second to Riley Murray, who has been doing absolute levels in the Junior Max this weekend. His first weekend in Junior Max. We'll see him out in a few moments' time. But trying to close in, get back in touch with the top 3, both the 107 and the 175. Now the pressure is starting to build up for the Sam Pollock racing machine of Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe is there, all over the rear end. His front nose cone is right up the rear bumper, but I just did see a slight point forward from Logan Rolfe, as if to say, let's try and get away from the rest of the pack, then battle for the final 2 laps ourselves. But time is a luxury they don't have. 2 laps left to go for the Minimax Winter Cup final. And to the inside, Logan Rolfe with the slipstream finds the space. Around the outside goes Austin Oman to keep the lead of the race. Up the hill, now through turn 3, into 4. Back onto the scene comes Oscar Kenny. What can he do? Logan Rolfe has to park it in the middle to try and thwart the attack and stay in 2nd place. Now that battling has brought 5 karts into the train. Austin Oman, Rolfe, Kenny, then Klinkers and Joshua Cook. Austin Oman, he's seen this opportunity. He got through on Joshua Cook. Joshua Cook fell backwards, and that was the opportunity that he needed. Down the inside, Oscar Kenny thinks about it into turn 11. Not really the move you want to be making because it's now offset him ever so slightly. Mick Klinkers giving him a push, sends the move to the inside. Joshua Cook gets underneath the pair of them. They're nearly 3 wide through turn 13. Mick Klinkers has the inside line. Joshua Cook gets back underneath. There's contact, and the 2 of them have gone round. Oscar Kenny and Joshua Cook come to blows. Sebastian Behrman goes through into 4th position. And the point forward from Joshua Cook, he did not want to get involved with silly squabbles. He wanted to get after the leaders, who are now free to race. Final lap of the Minimax Winter Cup. Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe, nearly a second clear of Mick Klinkers, who was on the inside of that skirmish. And that's huge. Joshua Cook, it just goes to show, no matter who you are, no matter how good you are, no matter what you've won, you can never feel safe. It's heartbreak for Joshua Cook and for Oscar Kenny. The pair of them have drove valiantly. They've got a lot to be proud of this weekend, and I'm sure they'll be firing back on all cylinders when we get to the Euro Trophy in 2026. But now comes the battle, comes the showdown. Logan Rolfe wanted some free space to race with. There's yellow flags through this sector though, so they can't do it here. There's a kart being recovered. Their next opportunity will be down at turn 16. Logan Rolfe needs to set it up. It's do or die now for the Minimax Winter Cup. Austin Oman has led the best part of this race. The inside could open up. The 111 parks it nicely on the apex. Able to keep it stopped. Now he parks it to the left as well. The inside not opening up for Logan Rolfe at all. This is superb defending from Austin Oman, who comes out of the final corner. The checker flag will wave. Your Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup mini champion, Austin Oman. What a race, what a drive. Logan Rolfe, a lot to be proud of. Mick Klinkers joins him on the podium. We'll run you through the highlights and the full results in a few moments' time. What a battle, full of drama. They are mini, but goodness me, are they mighty. Big congratulations to Austin Oman, waiting for the win all weekend, and it's come at the perfect opportunity. Full ride to the Euro Trophy. All 4 rounds starting in Cremona, Vackersdorf, Genk and Trinek. and for these minis 4 opportunities to get a ticket to the grand finals. Take a look at some of the highlights. A good launch initially from Joshua Cook. Mick Clinkers would dart to the inside to try and find some space, had to settle for the long way round. Austin Oman drops to 3rd. Logan Rolfe inherited 2nd position, but from lap 1 it was a bit of a melee. People finding space left, right and centre. Joshua Cook firing it down the inside of Austin Oman, who would get underneath them, and they would be doing battle for quite a few laps. Oscar Kenny versus the likes of Logan Rolfe, Mick Clinkers, Joshua Cook on his fight back. These two were doing battle for a good few corners. Logan Rolfe not giving up P2 without a fight. And the Hunter Motorsport machine of Oscar Kenny will be fighting away. Sebastian Behrman tried to show a nose and get involved in the podium battle as well. And over just 8 laps, we had, well, a whole weekend's worth of action. And that was only the half distance mark. From that point on, Mick Clinkers would be defending from Sebastian Behrman. Joshua Cook maybe thinking that his chances were over. But side by side almost for the race leaders. Logan Rolfe would pile on the pressure. Inside line was taken through turn number 1 as Austin Oman would just keep the throttle pinned around the outside of the opening couple of corners. Oscar Kenny, Mick Clinkers and Joshua Cook would all get very close. This was the moment it all went wrong. Mick Clinkers down the inside to try and hold on to what was 3rd position. A point forward from Joshua Cook. Mick Clinkers has the inside line. Joshua Cook gets underneath him. There was a squeeze and a slight tap from Behrman, and that spelled disaster. Checker flag wave. Austin Oman wins the Winter Cup here at Campillos. Mick Clinkers frustrated, furious to finish only P3, but still gets a free ride to the International Trophy at Le Mans. Austin Oman would take victory from Logan Rolfe, Mick Clinkers, Sebastian Behrman and Jackson Hilton, the top 5. Harris Barber and Murphy from Casper McAllister, Oliveira and Doyle, the top 10, with some great moves being made. The 5th, 6th and 7th place cars, by the way, all gaining 6 positions to get up into those positions. Fantastic job from each of them. Behind that, of course, the P11 down to P20 place cars. Lapans, the 2 Latvians from Peter, Fulbrickhammer and Lockhart. Then comes Ethan Manzi, P16 on your first final on Europe. Not bad going by any means for the down on the racing machine. Malik, Sanchez, Marin, Oscar Kenny, a DNF for the Hunter Motorsport machine. What could well have been for the driver in the end that was classified P20, and definitely what could have been for the domination that was Joshua Cook here this weekend, winning all of the heats of the pre-final and qualifying on Thursday as well. The expectation was there for the final, but alas, not to be in the Minimax. Of course, the drivers will be making their way down to the podium, so I'll see you there in a few moments' time. down here at the podium then, awaiting the arrival of our Minimax podium sitters, of course, for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. I hope everyone enjoyed that race, because I certainly did from the commentary box. Of course, waiting final confirmation and then getting the drivers down. What a race it was. Excitement from start to finish, being able to give out, of course, the 3 trophies to each of our drivers and, of course, to the teams. Then the tickets. Our second of 4 finals done and dusted. Next up, of course, will be Junior Max. That'll be coming just after this podium presentation. And then once we have all of the drivers and the confirmation of the results, we'll be able to bring you the presentation. Big smiles and big congratulations all round. I'm sure it's a fantastic race and a fantastic effort from each of our drivers. They're down here now, all celebrating and understandably pretty happy with where they finished. I think we've got the majority of the drivers, all the drivers here in fact. So just waiting for final confirmation of results, and team manager that will be taking the Constructors' Trophy. Only 8 laps of racing, but we did have a very decent showcase out on circuit. Very densely packed action from start to finish, of course. We're now getting the final results coming in very shortly, just briefing the drivers on who finished where. And then the juniors making their final preparation for their final 11 laps in length, and coming up very shortly. So a slight change to the final results. So we'll start bringing our mini drivers up onto the podium. In P3, Sebastian Behrman. P2, to Mick Klinkers. And your Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup Minimax champion from KR Sport, Logan Rolfe.
Well done, Logan.
And representing KR Sport, Ash Orchard. And now we get to give out these wonderful trophies to each of our podium sitters. First, third place to Sebastian Behrman. The second place trophy goes to Mick Klinkers. And the winner's trophy to Logan Rolfe. And last but certainly not least, the Constructors' Trophy presented to KR Sport and to Ash Orchard.
Let's see the trophies, boys. I've load them up.
And final things to be given out, of course, each of the tickets for our podium sitters. First up, a ticket to the International Trophy to Sebastian Behrman. To our second place driver, free entry into 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy to Mick Klinkers. And finally, free entry into each round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy to our race winner, Logan Rolfe. And now, the national anthem of the United Kingdom.
got a few more days to slay. It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I wonder what went wrong today. Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words you say. Say the words you remember.
So with 2 finals done and dusted and 3 champions crowned, it's time for the Junior Max Final. Let's take a look of the story over the course of this weekend. Just 2 more finals left to go for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup in 2026. Hey, at the Kart Center Campillos, we've crowned 3 champions already. Barbaro from Pico, and then of course most recently Logan Rolfe in the Minimax. Now we get to crown our junior final Winter Cup champion and to get that free ride through the Euro Trophy in 2026. It's been a brilliant battle in and amongst these very talented Junior Max drivers. Now we've narrowed the field to 34 drivers. Jensen Chalk alongside Zdeněk Babicek on the front row. Babicek, you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, has been absolutely near faultless this weekend. Clear favourite in the Junior Max, but as we just saw with Joshua Cook in the Mini Max, just because you're the favourite does not guarantee anything in terms of you coming out on top in the final. 2 formation laps for the Junior Max, and then 11 laps of racing. Just 23 laps left to go for the entirety of the day, if you include the Senior Max Final as well. It's been a pleasure. Myself, Zach Sweeney, in the commentary box, bringing you all of the action. Hope everyone enjoying the coverage back at home. Let us know who you're supporting and make sure you are tuning in for the entirety of the 2026 RMC season. Of course, starting here with the Winter Cup, we'll be going to Cremona in a couple of months' time. But let's run you through the grid for the Junior Max. Zdeněk Babicek alongside Jensen Chalk on row number 1. The reigning world champion, Maljas Mazanas from Oliver Chase on row 2. Kato Lloyd, Alex Goodson, row 3 from Pascu, Fouat, Luan Seidel and May, the top 10. Behind that, of course, will be Hans Mikael Soltis from Cakers, Riley Morrow starting P14 after a collision in the pre-final, Villau from Martin, then comes Kiel, Alfie Ward, the front 9 rows from Ugarte, and Spike, the top 20 drivers in the front 10 rows of this grid. Behind that is Hull, Fuentes, Gavino, Zalnerovic from Kitanica, from Bow, then comes Giacomelli, Ferreira, Hakkinen, Jackson, the top 30 drivers And then just 2 more rows behind that, Juadatis, D'Augusto, Jabo, and Grantins, the 34th and final driver, making up the rear end of this field. The drivers will be backing themselves up, still got that 1 formation lap left to go. Zdeněk Babacek, of course, will be feeling the nerves coming into this weekend, and understandably so. From what I remember, of course, of Sano on the, what was it, the 6th of September last year. A fantastic result from the Czech driver, and just fantastic racing generally. Every time he arrives at a circuit, he definitely lights it up. But so too does the entirety of this Junior Max field. Maurits Mazenas off the back of the Junior Max world title at the Grand Finals in Bahrain just a month ago. A short off-season to celebrate that success, and straight back to it, back to usual ways for the Lithuanian. Oliver Chase, a bit of a dark horse, the Canadian, starting P4 on the, obviously the outside of the second row, not ideal by any means, but hasn't really, you know, made a statement yet this weekend. Has just been there, right? Hasn't been overly aggressive, hasn't been mixing it up too much, but is now in P4 for the final, with plenty of opportunity to go forward. With 11 laps in front of us, and Junior Max being as tight and as competitive as it usually is. This should be an absolute cracker of a final. If you are now just joining us, hello and welcome. If you've been joining us for the entirety of the day, I appreciate how much support you've been giving us for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Perfect time though, as we get the Junior Max final momentarily underway. Through turn 16, of course, that's going to be a golden overtaking opportunity over the course of the next 11 laps. Same to turn 17, this penultimate corner here, another hairpin with a slight bit of banking on the inside. They'll line themselves up into the tram line. 17 rows, 34 carts for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup Junior Max. Doesn't go. We got all excited and they don't go racing. Marco, our race director, not happy with how they were, so another formation lap for the Junior Max. Gives them one more opportunity to get those tyres up to temperature. It is a little bit more toasty now, I will admit. It was quite cold this morning. It's definitely feeling it in the paddock down by the podium. The sunshine definitely out, definitely is providing some temperature at the very least. Definitely more than I've been used to in the UK for the last couple of weeks. So very good news from here. And to be fair, what you'd expect from the south coast of Spain as well. Over the course of yesterday, for those that haven't been able to follow what's been happening at the circuit, we had some misty weather yesterday. Not raining, but definitely sort of kind of precipitation. I know that's contradictory, but it wasn't pouring. It was just sort of mist that was falling as such, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Definitely made for some cold and low grip track conditions out on circuit. We have had some rain over the course of this weekend as well, spicing up the order ever so slightly, but perfect conditions for racing here on Saturday afternoon. The first event, like I say, of Rotax in 2026. What a season it's planning to be. Of course, all of the national trophies. Of course, now with the Ultimate Karting Championship being officially with the Rotax Max Challenge. So for those in the UK, those wanting to travel to the UK, extra tickets on offer. The national trophies across each of the countries. The Euro Trophy, the International Trophy. A lot to look forward to this year before the grand finale at the grand finals. Of course, this is the first step of very many to be getting there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just start on the right foot. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup and Junior Max. Zdeněk Babacek, Jensen Chalk share the front row. Let's go racing for 11 laps into the tram lines. The lights on the gantry go out, so we go racing for Junior Max. The 271 on the inside holds firm as Mazenas Mau just tries to follow him through. Does so exactly that, through into second place. Trying to find some way through the entirety of the field as they drive up towards turn number 5, 3 wide as they reach the apex at turn 5, then into turn 6. We've got about 4 rows of 2 as they all jostle for position in amongst the midfield. But a good launch so far for the 271 of Zdeněk Babacek. Małżusz Mazanas trying to close that gap and get involved. He has been one of the key rivals fighting away with Babacek so far this weekend. Didn't quite get there in the pre-final. The fighting for second hampered the opportunities of these drivers. And Babacek would definitely be appreciative of something similar in the final. Some low grip there and wide through turn 13 for one of the drivers, sort of towards the lower echelon of the top 10. Lap 1 will soon be in the books though, and we'll start to see and piece together where everyone in amongst the top 10 is. I can definitely tell you Zdeněk Babacek is leading the way. Breaking the beam for the opening time is Babacek, Mazanas, then comes Jensen Chalk, Kato Lloyd and Oliver Chase, the top 5. Pascu from Alex Goodson, Riley Morrow, the 222. Don't count any of those guys out inside the top 10. Still plenty of race still to run. Still plenty of opportunities still to be had. Zdeněk Babacek, 0.7 of a second is the lead from Małżusz Mazanas. Down through turn 10 into turn 11. Slight little bit of a dip at the apex. All about the exit. 222 of Riley Morrow hunting now Alex Goodson in front of him. You don't want to get offside too much though. Don't want to battle too much. There's Jensen Chalk up the inside. That's for second position. Małżusz Mazanas loses that to the 218. And now a tap of the helmet. Let's not make the same mistake we made in the pre-final. Let's not battle each other too much that we let the lead get away. Zdeněk Babacek, of course, is looking at this and going, well, you guys carry on. You guys do your thing. I'll just run away with the race lead like I've been doing all weekend long. Look over his shoulder. He knows he's safe. Nearly a second clear of Jensen Chalk. Mazanas under pressure from Kato Lloyd. The Dan Holland Racing machine putting some pressure onto the KL Sport just in front. Sandwich between a rock and a hard place is Mazanas. Trying to look forward to get back through on Jensen Chalk and Chase Babacek, but also trying not to lose too much momentum and too much ground to those behind him. Lap 3 of 11. Side by side, just a bit further back as well. That's Riley Morrow on the inside of the 263. That's Oliver Chase. So the 222 goes through, also inviting a couple of other people to get involved, like Pascu and Alex Goodson. Late on the brakes into turn 16. Morrow is safe. And that's Sam Pollitt Racing. Kart Republic kart. Onto lap 4 of 11. Zdeněk Babacek still comfortably in the lead. The 259 of Soltis as well, trying to make some ground forward. A lot of people have got a lot of ground to be making up after that 3-wide collision that we had down at turn 16 a bit earlier on in the day, costing Morrow, costing Soltis. Ryan Seidel, the pole sitter from Thursday, running P8 at the moment. Definitely shows that qualifying is not everything, but Seidel has been thrown the short straw on a couple of occasions this weekend. In 2 heats, I believe, suffered some issues. One of them didn't even get to the start, did the Swiss driver. Still firing back and giving us a good show out on circuit. Following the race lead though, 1 second clear. Zdeněk Babacek from Jensen Chalk, who at the moment is looking pretty good for second. Nearly halfway through this race already, it's flown through. Jensen Chalk managing the gap to Zdeněk Babacek. The top 3 all doing 104.3s. Małżusz Mazanas doing the fastest lap of the race that last time through, a 104.349. So definitely running with some good consistency, but when the gap is over a second, it's not good enough just to match. You've got to be chipping away, finding some space, and well, Babacek isn't one of those drivers that's likely to be making any mistakes. Don't want to jinx it too soon, but of his own volition, he's not made any, largely, all weekend. I mean, yeah, maybe testing conditions yesterday caused him to run wide once or twice, but all in all, it's been a very consistent weekend from the Czech. out of the final corner to start what will be lap 6 of 11. Over half distance now. Unsurprisingly, Babacek still in control. No major surprises to be thrown into the mix here just yet. The top 5 or 6 really have been quite stationary for the best part. It's been quite a slow burn of this Junior Max final. Quite a punchy opening few moments, but no upsets right at the beginning for Babacek, which means he's settled right into his groove. So Jensen Chalk obviously dropped back behind Mausjas Mazanas right at the beginning of the race, but the MLC car was able to find a way back through pretty much straight away. Although I have to say, quite impressive Riley Murray. He's up 9 positions, up in a P5. Talk about big movers, definitely one of them. Other big movers includes the likes of Ferreira, Katanica, up 8 and 7 places respectively. Same too for Fuentes. Riley Murray, hats off to you, mate. First weekend in the Junior Max. And very impressive to be mixing it up at the front. Can't wait to see, obviously, what happens over the course of the junior season. So many up-and-coming talents and such good racing to come, as we saw all through 2025. The gap at the front has come down, though, quite significantly. 2 tenths taken out of Zdeněk Babacek that last time through. The momentum could be swinging in favour of Jensen Chalk. So don't count this race out just yet. It's not a done deal until that checkered flag flies, and even after that. Lap 8 of 11, 3.5 laps left to go. Last time at the line, a 104.3 for Zdeněk Babacek, a 104.3 for Chalk, and a 104.3 as well for Mazanas Mausjas. Side by side though, as Riley Murray tries to go for the move. That's going to open the door for Luan Seidel. Morrow goes for the move instead, loses one instead. So Kato Lloyd, the driver, obviously the 273, the Dan Holland Racing, now under pressure from not 1 but 2 carts. The 222 of Riley Murray, like I say, went for a move. Luan Seidel was going to go for one as well, down the inside of turn number 12. That's going to open the door for Riley Murray to draw alongside through 13. Tries to get the up and under, does the Sam Pollock kart. Riley Murray definitely has got some good straight line speed, so that could open the door for turn 16. Look over the shoulder from Kato Lloyd, but the 222 is already there, straight down the inside. So a net no gain, no loss from Riley Murray. But a great lap for Luan Seidel, through on 2 carts. On to 9 of 11, 3 laps to go. Zdeněk Babacek's lead coming down, now 7 tenths of a second between himself and Jensen Chalk in P2. Take a look at the replay. Of course, that's Luan Seidel on the inside of turn 12, allowing Riley Murray to draw alongside and get that run then in towards turn 16. Didn't really need to be that much later on the brakes, just brake where you normally brake, get it stopped on the apex. Pretty nice from the 222, had the run on the straight anyway. But with 2 laps left to go at the line, is there any hope for Jensen Chalk to win this race? The MLC car has been closing in bit by bit, chipping away, but it's been no more than chips. As down the inside goes Soltis. That's through the penultimate corner. That was a lovely move from the Slovakian. That was on Kato Lloyd, up now into 6th position for the 259, recovering very well and up into 6th position. But for the Winter Cup, the only thing that matters are the top 3. A lap and a half still to run. There's Riley Murray on the back of Luan Seidel. That's the fight for 4th. They've still got to get after Mausjas Mazanas for P3 to have any hope of getting themselves onto the podium. A lap and a half still to run. Zdeněk Babacek now 5 tenths of a second About a tenth taken out from Jensen Chalk that last lap alone. But is it going to be too little? I think so. It's going to be tough. That gap already extending back to 0.6 of a second. Zdeněk Babicek just doing what he needs to do and nothing more, nothing less. Keeping the offense an arm's length away just so he can manage the gap. One more lap left to go for Zdeněk Babicek to crown himself Winter Cup champion and get that free ride through the Euro Trophy. This is it now for Jensen Chalk. The gap about half a second. He's been chipping, trying to bridge that gap, trying to close it as much as possible. But whatever Chalk can throw, Babicek has somewhat of an answer for. And here at Campillos, Babicek has been the favourite from the very get-go on Thursday. Just a few more corners left to go. Mazanas trying his best to get himself involved as well. But through the final couple of corners for Zdeněk Babicek, the 271 for Dan Holland Racing. What a weekend it's been. What a way to kick off 2026. The checker flag flies. Zdeněk Babicek is the Junior Max Winter Cup champion here at Campillos. Jensen Chalk, Maužas Mazanas will join him on the podium. Luan Seidel and Riley Murray, the top five. What a battle that was throughout the entirety of the race. Soltis, only 38 thousandths between the Slovakian and the Brit. Our third final in the books, our fourth champion crowned. And a superb drive from Zdeněk Babicek. We'll run you through the highlights and the full results in a few moments' time, of course, but hats off to Zdeněk Babicek. In the end, not a lot of fireworks throughout the duration of that race. A few battles for fourth and fifth and such. But can you blame Zdeněk Babicek for being just so faultless? The start was good. Look over his shoulder, a little bit paranoid into the opening corner. Maužas Mazanas would follow him through and overtake Jensen Chalk up in a second position as the melee of karts behind. Riley Murray fighting away with a move, trying to get through on the 273, would open the door for Luan Seidel. And then Luan Seidel would use that momentum to get through on Kato Lloyd himself. Down the inside of turn 12, Riley Murray would try and get up and underneath him. That would eventually work as he gets the move done to the inside of turn 16. And then the triple two with do battle. Nonetheless, the checker flag would fly on lap 11 and crowns Zdeněk Babicek as the Winter Cup champion of 2026. We'll run you through the full results. 34 karts started that race, 32 finished it in the end. And with just one more final left to go and one more champion to crown. The day nearly done here at Campillos. But Zdeněk Babicek is your race winner. Jensen Chalk, Maužas Mazanas, the reigning world champion, will complete the podium. Luan Seidel, Riley Murray complete the top five from Soltis, then Kato Lloyd, Pascu, Alex Goodson and Fouat, the top 10 drivers after 11 laps of racing action. Behind that will be the drivers P11 down. That's Oliver Chase, unfortunately said to be a dark horse, maybe caught up in some dramas early doors. Hans May, Keikers Fuentes, Kitanica from Villau, Alfie Ward, Ferreira and Martins, the top 20. There's plenty more drivers, of course, behind that. Bo from Jackson, Ugarte, Gavino, Iacomelli from Spike, Grantons, Hole, D'Augusto, Juadatis, the top 30 drivers, and just two more finishers behind that. Unfortunately, losing both Hakkinen, Sandarovicius as well. We lost, but Jabo and Kiel were able to get to the checker flag, still firmly on the lead lap. That's going to wrap it up, of course, for the Junior Max. And so we'll be seeing the drivers and, of course, the team manager down at the podium. I'll see you there in a moment. down here at the podium then, awaiting the arrival of our Junior Max podium finishers. Of course, a fantastic 11-lap battle between all 34 drivers that took to the grid. Of course, in the end, Zdeněk Babicek was the one that took victory, and pretty comfortably so, in all fairness. Of course, the battle was there from Jensen Chalk, who chipped away at the gap bit by bit over the course of the 11 laps. But in the end, the Czech driver was too far in front and too quick to topple, as he has been the favourite for the majority of the weekend, and a good way to start 2026. Of course, the Senior Max are now making their way out onto the grid, so we'll be seeing them in a few moments' time for what will be a 12-lap final to decide the Winter Cup in Senior Max and get the 2026 season firmly underway with the first round under our belts before we look to the first round of the Euro Trophy in a couple of months' time when they take to Cremona. Waiting for the drivers, of course, to finish a quick debrief and get them rallied up. And then, of course, for us to get the final results and confirmation as to who has finished where. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. That was our penultimate final of the day. And our 4th champion of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup crowned. We've got the results confirmed, just waiting for the drivers to come and get their trophies. Got a couple of them. I think we've got all of them now. So hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can get them all up onto the podium. I think we have got them all here. So now, just a moment or so wait until we get this podium presentation up and ready. Just waiting for the team manager. Got all of the drivers. Now the team manager confirmed, of course, with Dan Honda Racing, the winning constructor with Zdeněk Babicek. So now I think we can get this podium presentation underway. So, starting with P3, after the Junior Max heat, Maužas Mazanas. P2 for the Junior Max Final, Jensen Chalk. And your 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion, Zdeněk Babicek. Representing Dan Honda Racing as well, Daryl Milotti. And now we get to hand out our trophies to each of our podium sitters. First place, first P3 with Maužas Mazanas. P2 to Jensen Chalk. And the winner's trophy presented to Zdeněk Babicek. And finally, the Constructors' Trophy presented to Dan Honda Racing and to Daryl Milotti. And now we'll move into giving out the prizes and the tickets to each of our podium sitters. We'll start with P3 and a ticket to the RMC International Trophy to Maužas Mazanas. Second, we'll be giving out free entry to 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy to Jensen Chalk. And finally, free entry to each round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy to Zdenek Babicek. And now, the national anthem of the Czech Republic. Big congratulations to each of our Junior Max drivers. Give it up once more for Maznas, Chalk and Babicek. And now, with 3 finals completed, just one more to go, it's time for the Senior Max Final. Okay, so one final left to go. Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. It's time for the Senior Max Final. Before we get into the on-track action, let's take a look at some of the highlights of the weekend so far. One last time then for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup in 2026. We're here in sunny Spain, here at the Kart Center Campillos. And for one final race, 14 laps of Senior Max. And Macaulay Bishop will be starting this one from pole position. We'll run you through the full grid in a couple of moments' time, but it has all been boiling down to this in Senior Max. 14 more laps of racing. Macaulay Bishop, Jeremy Roivers, after the pre-finals, were matched on the penalty points. A tie amongst the front row, but Scott Marsh still a challenger. Austin Lee still very much a challenger. The entire grid very much challengers. 36 karts will be taking to the start of this final for the first event of 2026. Of course, if you are now just joining us, big hello and welcome. You join us for the Senior Max Final, the final race of the Winter Cup in 2026 here at the Kart Center Campillos. My name is Zach Sweeney, bringing you the commentary here trackside. And for those that have been joining us all day long, thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your support, and I hope you've been enjoying the coverage, been enjoying the racing that we've had on offer. We get to do it. 14 more laps to decide it all. Will the reigning world champion Macaulay Bishop be able to start 2026 right where he left 2025 off? All to find out as they roll on to their formation lap, one of two that they will be getting. Let's run you through the grid, of course, ahead of 14 laps of racing action. Macaulay Bishop will start this from pole position for Dan Holland Racing. Alongside him, Jeremy Roivers, Scott Marsh and Austin Lee will keep each other company on row 2 from Bram van der Vecken and Tino Sidler, row 3. Ryan Gandor, Will Archer share row 4 from Nolan Lemerade and Matthias Kjellerup on the top 10. Now that is a stacked top 10 if ever I've seen it. Should be incredibly tight. Beyond that, of course, row 6 downwards, you've got Harry Freeman, Shun Sekiguchi, who's had some lightning pace in the pre-final, Tees Van Vick, Lewis Gilbert, Sver Ubben, Tuin Lekale, Vladimirov, Lucas Schiegel, Dragos Avasil and Callum Sims round out the top 20. With how tight it is, each and every single one of those drivers starting in the top 20 have been in contention for a top 10 all through the weekend. So too Cameron Nelson, Eson Sang, Sebastian Koch and Stolkame in the top 12 rows, with Daniel Kilpatrick and Eva Morris off the back of a P6 in yesterday's heat. Starts 26th for the final. Bersh Maximoff, Charlie Cox, Freddie Lloyd and Janssen they complete the top 20 with just 3 more rows beyond that. An all-Canadian 16th row of the grid from Soltis, Cinnabok, Bafner and Schwarzer, who round out the 36-car grid that we've got for the Senior Max Winter Cup final. "14 laps. The longest race for the seniors, the hottest weather that they've had, definitely that I've seen. I've been here since Thursday. Beyond that, I think it was quite cold before that as well. So the hottest weather they've seen, the hottest track temps that they've seen, but the most prepared they've been all weekend as well. All of the testing, all of the practice, qualifying, the heats, the pre-final. It's boiled down to this for Senior Max. And Macaulay Bishop, all of the pressure is on him. Joshua Cook, one of the favourites, didn't win his final. Senate Babacek, one of the favourites for his, did win his final. Which fate will befall Macaulay Bishop? Will he rise to the occasion? Will Jeremy Roivers be able to take the victory on home soil here at Kart Centre Campillos? All to be answered in 14 laps time, 36 karts. It's a full grid, it's a busy grid. Senior Max has given us a lot of action, a lot of drama, a lot of chaos. And what a way to wrap it off in style. Now as they approach turn 16, just 2 corners left to get the field bunched up. Macaulay Bishop, you can see with the all-white helmet there for Dan Holland Racing, alongside Jeremy Roivers in the blue, the yellow and the white, representing Karting Cup Campillos themselves. One last time here at Campillos for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. 18 rows of karts, 36 take to the challenge. Only one can be crowned champion. We go racing towards the opening corner. Macaulay Bishop gets a good launch. The 347 of Austin Lee splits the 2 leaders though, through into second place. Sensational driving from the German. Macaulay Bishop holds on to the lead. Austin Lee with a punchy start though, defensive up the hill through turn 5. Jeremy Roivers trying to hang on to a position within the top 5. I think he's just been able to do that. Now as we begin the descent, Macaulay Bishop, that's in front of the 347 of Lee Austin. What a launch that was from 4th position. Up in a second, not usually that you see a driver on the even side of the grid jump up that quickly. Scott Marsh holding firm in P3. Look out for the 333 in 3rd. Lap 1 of 14, soon to be in the books. But a golden overtaking opportunity arriving. Macaulay Bishop with a good couple of kart lengths clear of the rest of the field. And now Scott Marsh eyeing up the move on Austin Lee. Both of them, of course, for Strawberry Racing. But both of them, no love lost between the pair of them, side by side through the final couple of corners in favour of Scott Marsh, and a point forward to say let's not let anyone else get involved in this. Let's use our slipstream, let's use our pace, let's get after Macaulay Bishop and limit the chaos sport of Tino Sidler from getting involved. Taking a replay at the start, you can see the 347, a great launch, chopping through the middle of the 2 leaders. Couple of corrections. Had Scott Marsh on his inside, had Jeremy Roivers on his outside, threaded the needle through into second. Brilliant driving from Austin Lee. Scott Marsh now is the driver, though, leading the charge for contention of the lead. Low delay braking happening into turn 12. No one taking any chances and just sort of aiming themselves at the apex. Few moves being made as the 305 of Ray and Gandor finds a move on Jeremy Roivers, started on the outside of the front row and has since only dropped back the Spaniard here on home soil. Bram van der Vecken trying to follow through as well. That's Tino Sidler, the 313, making a move on Austin Lee, who also gets involved. Ray and Gandor, opportunistic, finds the space on the inside of van der Vecken. And now Scott Marsh has gained a couple of car lengths. Tino Sidler is through, though, on the Strawberry Racing Machine. Bram van der Vecken goes to the inside of Gandor. They're side by side up the hill. The Belgian takes control, finds a way through. Now Jeremy Roivers as well. The 321 has the inside line. There's contact, and Ray and Gandor gets sent off. I think that was Harry Freeman that got involved in that skirmish as well. Now here comes Lewis Gilbert, the Potenza kart. Goes through up into what is now P6. Ray and Gandor and Harry Freeman, the two Chaos Sports, have come together. They go back into the pack. When will Gandor catch a break? Let's look as to how that happened. The 378 late on the brakes, maybe a tap from behind, sent Roivers into Gandor. Gandor obviously had no part in that whatsoever. All of them trying to occupy the same bit of track space. That's just not how it works. Macaulay Bishop now in control. 368. Ahead of the 333, ahead of the 313. On to lap 4 of 14. These laps ticking by very quickly indeed. Van der Vecken goes through on Austin Lee up into 4th. Again, no championship points. It's the final or nothing. Winner takes all for the Winter Cup. Macaulay Bishop setting the time in Cheetah Blazer, 103.385 for the Brit. Newly crowned world champion in Senior Max, off the back just a month ago at the Bahrain Grand Finals. Always a talent, through last year in the British Championships, through in the Euro Trophy. Whatever he's raced in, he's been at the front, and he's proving that 2026 could well be his year. Trying not to get ahead of ourselves too much, but he's looking pretty good when you start this well. Scott Marsh needs to turn up the wick a little bit. He's losing a little bit of ground as Jeremy Roivers goes to the inside of Lewis Gilbert. The 329, that's the Potenza versus the Campillos of the 321. That's Roivers, who started on the outside of the front row and is now trying to recover. Look over the shoulder from Austin Lee, the peppermint liveried Tony Kart, the Strawberry Racing 347. Take a look back, that was the move on the inside from Jeremy Roivers, late on the brakes, found the space, got it stopped pretty nicely, and that is him up and through into what is now P6. Fastest lap of the race as well, first driver in a while to go sub 103, 102.987 for Jeremy Roivers. He's a man that's fired up and is gunning for that podium. There you can see the gap between the top two, the 333. Definitely a lot closer to the 313 than he'd like to be. Definitely a lot further away from the 368 than he'd like to be as well. 1.1 seconds now is the gap. Another nearly 2/10 from Macaulay Bishop, stretching the advantage. Now Tino Sidler is eyeing up second place. He wants 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy. He doesn't just want to go to the International Trophy. He wants 2 free entry rounds. That's what they're fighting for. Right now Macaulay Bishop gets his entire Euro Trophy for free. Well, in terms of the entry fees, at the very least. Lap 6 of 14, approaching half distance of the final of the day. Down the inside goes Tino Sidler on Scott Marsh. The KL Sport driver finds the gap at the, well, near the top end of the hill through turn 5. Scott Marsh now there with Bram van der Vecken. This is a fight for what is second position. Do they have the pace to get after Macaulay Bishop? Does Tino Sidler have the pace to get after Macaulay Bishop? Or are they now settled? Are they fighting for second position? Tino Sidler, though, look at that on the brakes. Scott Marsh was setting himself up nicely for a late apex to get the drive into 7. But quickly found his way back through. He cut back to the live action. The Swissman now is dropped behind. Now under pressure from the Belgian of Van der Vecken. Jeremy Roivers back on the scene. 4 karts fighting for second position as Macaulay Bishop is getting away from the pack. We tick our way on to lap 7 of 14. Jeremy Roivers pulling out of the slipstream momentarily there, trying to put Bram van der Vecken under a bit of pressure, I think. So it's Bishop from Scott Marsh. We're following this battle. Marsh from Sidler, from Van der Vecken, from Roivers. That's the top 5. Lewis Gilbert just in behind that. Then comes Nolan Lemeray from Titun, Le Calais, Will Archer, and Austin Lee round out the top 10. Austin Lee was as high as P2. He's now dropped it right into the pack. Just goes to show how volatile the sport of karting is. Momentum swings one way, very quickly swings the next. But Macaulay Bishop now 2.3 seconds clear. All he's got to do is keep it clean. Now Scott Marsh, I think, is starting to consolidate. He realises that maybe P2 is the best he can get, but he's got half of the race now to defend. In towards turn 16, a bit of a tap there from Jeremy Roivers as they get into a staggered formation through the apex. Tino Sidler holding Bram Van der Vecken holding Roivers. Lewis Gilbert gets involved. He was mighty through the Thursday and Friday heats. Van der Vecken dying to the inside as Tino Sidler defends. Roivers has Gilbert on his inside. The two go side by side once more, and the Potenza kart goes through. Up in a 5th position for the 329. This is great news for Scott Marsh. If he can have a lap or two just to find a rhythm, settle in and get away from the pack behind, get out of the slipstream, could be good. Not maybe to go on to win, but at the very least to finish second. Late on the brakes there, down the inside. That was Roivers, very aggressive on the inside of the Potenza of Gilbert. That's allowed Lemeray to find a way through the 315. Not sure Gilbert's going to be overly happy with that one, but Roivers, justifiably very frustrated, wants to get back into the mix. Thinks he should be fighting Macaulay Bishop. Should be in contention for the race win, starting on the outside of the front row. Here comes Gilbert back down the inside of the 115, of the 315 of Lemeray. Nicely done through the opening corner, now through 2, 3, into 4, then the braking zone at 5. A good overtaking opportunity. Sidler defends from Van der Vecken. Scott Marsh defends from the 315 himself. Lap 9 of 14, only a few to go. 6 at the line. Sorry, 5.5 left to go, 5 at the line. Look over the shoulder, not even following the race lead, we're following P2 because that's where the action is. Macaulay Bishop, home and free really. Van der Vecken side by side, he's got Jeremy Roivers on his outside, the Spaniard. Can't quite pull the move off there. Tino Sidler has to go defensive. Van der Vecken goes even deeper towards turn number 1. That's going to offset the Belgian. Around the outside goes the Spaniard. Jeremy Roivers through. Lewis Gilbert putting some pressure on Van der Vecken, who swerved to the inside of the circuit. Now Roivers down the inside of Tino Sidler. He's used that momentum. He's through up in the 3rd position. Lap 10 of 14, a handful of laps left to go in this race. And Jeremy Roivers, the comeback charge is there, here on home soil. Currently a British 1-2, Macaulay Bishop from Scott Marsh, then the Spaniard. But here's how it got done. Late on the brakes, Sidler turned in, turned back out of the corner, realising there was a very rogue Spaniard on his inside. Nicely done. Nicely poised. And an unfortunate sort of turn of events for Van der Vecken there. Got defended on by Tino Sidler. It tarnished both of their momentum, but Van der Vecken is going to bounce back down the inside of the Swiss driver. Tino Sidler gets dropped to 4th. Van der Vecken goes up to 4th. Sidler drops to 5th. 4 laps left to go now. Lewis Gilbert involved. Wants a top 5 finish on the back of Tino Sidler. Is he going to let the same move happen 2 laps in a row? It's not going to happen this occasion. Macaulay Bishop, 4 seconds is the gap. His lap times, not the quickest. In fact, Jeremy Roivers still the quickest, 102.9. Macaulay Bishop hasn't even set a 3-1. But consistency and the battling behind really has played nicely into the hands of Macaulay Bishop. The world champion of 2025 could well be the Winter Cup champion of 2026. 3 laps left to go. On to lap 12 of 14, this one. And then 2 more after it. Macaulay Bishop leading 4 seconds from Scott Marsh. The 333. That's the car we're following now. He's got Jeremy Roivers for company just in behind him. The 321. Trying to go for that P2. Started there, dropped back right at the beginning, and since has been on a mission to find some speed, to find some ground. And right now, it's right in front of him. No, it's not the victory he maybe would have wanted, but at the very least, he's almost certain for a podium. But a point forward there from Roivers. Now, surely they don't think they can win this race. I think they just want to get as far away from everyone else as possible. They don't want to involve Van der Vecken. They don't want to involve Sidler. They want a 1v1. And with 2 laps in the corner left to go, Scott Marsh looks over his shoulder, still defends despite the points. And the 333 holds on for P2. Now Jeremy Roivers fires one down the inside of the penultimate corner. Scott Marsh gets the drive on the switchback but doesn't get the position back. Now as they drag race towards the opening corner, a big squeeze from the Spaniard, forced to go defensive. Back on the scene is Bram van der Vecken. 2 laps left to go here at Campillos, and a gorgeous switchback from the 333. Scott Marsh back through into second place. Now we've got 3 cuts involved. This was the fear that Jeremy Roivers had. He didn't want more people involved. Let's watch the move of Jeremy Roivers through into second, up the bumper. As soon as he knew Scott Marsh intended to defend, he didn't waste any time losing ground to those behind. He just sent the move, trying to get the position, but in fact it's backfired because now even more people are joining the battle. Bit of contact as they squirm towards turn 12. The switchback is there, but Scott Marsh favours the inside. Now, Bram van der Vecken for Boven Power powers through on the inside in the slipstream of Scott Marsh, who has to go defensive. Jeremy Roivers will assume that inside line with them as well. Nice driving from Van der Vecken. 1 lap left to go. Macaulay Bishop leads by nearly 6 seconds on the field. Who's going to join him on the podium? Scott Marsh. This defensive driving has been a masterclass. Tino Sidler having to keep Lewis Gilbert at bay. That's the battle for P5. If they want any hope of a podium, they've got to crack on though. Less than 1.58 kilometers of the Kart Centre Campillos. Less than 1 lap of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup in 2026. We've crowned 4 champions. Macaulay Bishop set to be our 5th. 6 seconds clear. It's been domination defined from the world champion. Van der Vecken behind Scott Marsh. The 333 has driven brilliantly. Of course, consolidating a P2, knew that Macaulay Bishop probably wasn't on the cards. Jeremy Roivers trying to find a way through onto the podium. Side by side with Van der Vecken through turn 12, now through 13. Roivers gets the up and under, close to contact, doesn't quite find the space. Van der Vecken covers it off brilliantly. Through the final couple of corners comes our race leader. Scott Marsh holds through turn 16. Checker flag waves. The 2025 World Champion is the 2026 Winter Cup Champion. Macaulay Bishop takes the first final victory of Senior Rotax in 2026. Scott Marsh and Van der Vecken join him on the podium. Jeremy Roivers narrowly missing out on that home podium. Tino Sidler completes the top 5. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment. But there he is, the man of the moment. Macaulay Bishop, take a bow. Picks up right where he left off, proving why he is the best senior Rotax driver in the world. Austin Lee got a good start down the inside of the 2 leaders, threading the needle through the middle, but Macaulay Bishop would hold firm for the lead. Jeremy Roivers would be muscled backwards as Austin Lee's momentum would fade. Scott Marsh found a way through. Tino Sidler, Bram van der Vecken would all find a way through, so too with Ray and Gandor. This was contact between the 2 teammates. The 315 of Nolan Lemray caused that little bit of contact between the 2 KR Sports. Ray and Gandor, Harry Freeman unfortunately not able to catch a break. Some big sends from the likes of Bram van der Vecken throughout the entirety of that one though. And Jeremy Roivers on the counter-attack would launch one down the inside of the Patenta of Lewis Gilbert. And then the fight would continue towards the front end of the field. Tino Sidler sends one to the inside for P2. Scott Marsh sees it coming but is quick then to maybe launch a bit of a counter-attack. Bram van der Vecken, this is what cost him a couple of positions but allowed Jeremy Roivers to go around the outside of him and then launch a bit of momentum onto Tino Sidler. The inside would open up through turn number 5, so the Campillos kart would fire one through, race to the apex, and the 321 would be the victor on that occasion. Van der Vecken would be fighting hard. Scott Marsh would be having the tough job of parking the bus and white lining it as much as possible out in front. Jeremy Roivers' attack was ruthless. The space would open up on one occasion for Roivers and he took it, but straight away with the switchback, Scott Marsh would find the space. Jeremy Roivers unfortunately allowed Bram Van der Vecken through, so the Belgian would find a way past. Then on to the final couple of laps. Van der Vecken would have to park it through 13, try and minimise the damage of the exit. Checker flag would wave. Macaulay Bishop, nearly 6.5 seconds clear of the field, would take victory for the RMC Winter Cup. Scott Marsh, a fantastic defensive drive to consolidate second from Bram Van der Vecken in P3. We'll run you through the results as soon as we can. There they are. We know the podium: Bishop, Marsh, Van der Vecken, Jeremy Roivers and Tino Sidler, the top 5 from Lewis Gilbert and Nolan Lemeray. Will Archer, Tees Van Vick and Stuart Lecale, the top 10 after 14 laps of racing here at Campillos. Behind that, of course, plenty of drivers. 36 took to the start. I think the majority of them finished. Lucas Schlegel from Austin Lee, Sver Ubben, Matthias Kielerup and Sebastian Koch, the top 15 from Freddie Lloyd, Vadimirov, Eva Morris, able to mix it up in the midfield in P18 from Bersh Maximov and Shun Sekiguchi, maybe expecting a bit more after the pace shown in the pre-final. Stolkemain from Ryan Gandor and Harry Freeman, the 2Car Sports, coming to blows, still consolidating P22 and 23, but they definitely wanted more. When will they catch a break? Callum Sims and Soltis from Anton Lemieux, Isom Seng, Janssen, Schwarzer and Dragos Avasol Cutie rounding out the top 30 from Charlie Cox, Arno Saboran, Cinnabok, Bafner and the 2 DNSs, unfortunately, of Cameron Nelson and Daniel Kilpatrick, both of whom who have got plenty of potential, and I'm sure we'll be seeing those guys back fighting through the rest of 2026. So, podiums soon to be done. The final podium of the day for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. See you down there in a second.
This is G House. This is G House. This is G House.
Down here at the end after the final of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup in 2026. Senior Max definitely put on a show for us, and we're welcoming, of course, our top 3 drivers to the podium very shortly. I can see a lot of them coming down now. They'll get their trophies and their tickets for the 2026 season. And what a weekend of racing it's been. Of course, the final on a Saturday is a little bit weird, a little bit unnatural, but all in all, it's worked very, very well. Big smiles, of course, from Macaulay Bishop. Incredibly dominant at the end of that race. Well, the entire weekend, he's been the favourite. Nearly, I think, 6.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. They were too busy battling for the scraps of second. Of course, Macaulay Bishop, the world champion of 2025, fires up in 2026 pretty well, it must be said. We'll also welcome Scott Marsh and Bram van der Vecken to the podium as well. Shouldn't be too much longer. And then we'll get this podium presentation done and dusted. And then cap off what has been an exceptional weekend here in Campillos. So we'll get this podium presentation started for the Senior Max Final of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. In P3, Bram van der Vecken. In P2, Scott Marsh. And finally, our Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion, Macaulay Bishop. And representing the winning team of Dan Holland Racing is Dan Holland. And now to present the trophies to each of our podium sitters. To third position, Bram van der Vecken. Brilliant defensive driving from Scott Marsh sees him take the second place trophy to Scott Marsh. And after a race like that, the winner's trophy could go to no one else than Macaulay Bishop. And last but certainly not least, the Constructors' Trophy presented to Dan Holland. And now for the tickets and the prizes for each of our drivers. A ticket to the RMC International Trophy to our third place driver, Bram van der Vecken. Free entry into 2 rounds of the Euro Trophy presented to our second place driver, Scott Marsh. And free entry into every round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented to Macaulay Bishop. And now, time for the national anthem of the United Kingdom. And a big thank you to each of our drivers. Congratulations, guys. It was a fantastic battle. And what a way to open up 2026 here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. My name has been Zach Sweeney. A big thank you to all of the organisers here at WSK Promotion and at Rotax as well. Big thank you to all of the team members, to all of the drivers for putting on a fantastic show as well. Of course, the Euro Trophy is one to look forward to, all on that road to the Grand Finals once again in a few months' time. Of course, the first step was taken today, and it was a very, very good one indeed. I very much am looking forward to it, but we get to remember an absolutely cracking weekend here at Car Centre Campillos. Thankfully, the weather got a little bit better as the weekend went on. It was quite miserable over the last couple of days, but at least we get to end on a nice sunny note, quite warm as well now in the late afternoon, and I for one definitely cannot wait for the future rounds. Of course, a big thank you to everyone watching along at home for giving your support. If you joined us for one final, for all 4 of them, for all 9 of our races that we had today, your support is very, very greatly appreciated, and we hope that we get to have your support for the entirety of the season. Of course, a big thank you from us as well for all of your support, and a big thank you from all of the drivers, I'm sure, as well, for supporting all of their journeys. In a couple of months' time, we'll be taking to Cremona for the first round of the Euro Trophy. I hope we'll see you there soon.